guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. But nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. 8 Senate Democrats joined Republicans to advance a stopgap bill that will end the nation's longest government shutdown, assuming the House and President agree.
We've got government workers who are not getting paid. We've got people who can't get food. We've got mothers and children who can't get their WIC benefits. And so we need to end that.
Senator Jeannie Shaheen says she supported the measure despite the lack of healthcare subsidy extensions. The bill passed the Senate tonight. The government shutdown continues to cause major air traffic disruptions. TSA agents like Martina Santana in Phoenix are working without pay while the FAA cuts flights due to staffing shortages.
Just come with a good heart because we're trying. We're trying to do our job. We're trying to keep it light and get you guys through, but we still have to do our job. And with the less people, it's going to take a little bit longer.
Over 10,000 flights were delayed on Sunday. California and 22 other states are fighting the Trump administration's order to reverse SNAP benefits. Attorney General Rob Bonta says the USDA's guidance has been confusing and clawing back funds will hurt families.
The whiplash the president and USDA Secretary Brooke Rollins have given Americans in recent weeks, the steps they've taken to prevent vulnerable families from putting food on the table, are unnecessary, unconscionable, and unlawful.
The coalition is asking a Massachusetts court to block the move. The government shutdown is forcing the Trump administration to furlough nuclear weapons contractors, slowing work on next-generation systems.
The Chinese have doubled their nuclear arsenal. Well, we can't fall behind in terms of our national security, so this is starting to get very serious.
Defense expert Jeff Adicott warns the delay could hinder U.S. efforts to maintain global parity. Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 381 points. The S&P 500 rose 103 points. And the Nasdaq climbed 522 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Samson Garner, who planned a mass shooting at Smith Rock State Park in Oregon during a 2023 climbing event, has been sentenced to 30 years in prison. Police arrested him and seized guns, body armor, and ammunition. If you feel like your grocery bill keeps going up, it's not your imagination.
The Denver metro area has the highest inflation change in the country over the last 2 months. This is according to finance website Wallet Hub, which tracked numbers for major metro areas across the country. Daniel Tavani from Colorado State University says housing, food, and natural gas costs are big drivers in Denver. Los Angeles and Chicago are numbers 2 and 3. I'm Cynthia Vale.
Illegal food vendors continue to be a problem outside Seattle stadiums.
So far this year, more than 200 illegal food vendors have been shut down in King County. 14 of those vendors were outside of Lumen Field. Legitimate vendors say the illegal stands put the public at risk and take away their customers. You can always tell whether a food vendor is legitimate because their license will be on display. I'm Brad Ford.
The FDA is removing its strongest warning label from menopause hormone therapy products.
Symptoms occur in over 80% of women. They last on average 8 years, and for many women, they are severe, even debilitating. Mood swings, night sweats, weight gain, hot flashes.
Commissioner Dr. Marty McCary says the black box warnings were based on outdated studies and wrongly scared women away from effective treatments. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Now, don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
According to the clock, it is that time once again as we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. All right, ready or not, here comes a new day. Well, let me be the first to say Happy Veterans Day. All the veterans out there. It's your day. Thank you for your service and your sacrifice. I don't know about you, but it's too early in the season for this cold stuff. I'm showing 25 degrees outside the secret bunker at this hour. Skies haven't completely cleared, partly cloudy, but all right, ultimately, I think we ended up with about an inch of snow officially outside the secret bunker. Other areas not too far to the north of us, like one county north, they picked up 4.5 inches of snow. And yet things were a downright mess in portions of Illinois, in Chicago. You did get hit, didn't you? Northern Indiana will still have some lake effect snows in northeast Indiana. Northeast Ohio, your typical lake effect snow belt areas. And then, of course, some of those snow squalls extending well inland. We've seen numerous snow squall warnings there in central Pennsylvania over the last several hours. Some of these just currently expiring at the midnight hour. But we've seen some of these bands, dangerous snow squalls, visibility dropping suddenly to near zero. So several of these lines continue to pop up there in central Pennsylvania. But it's the temperature shock. Overnight tonight, we're going to see low temperatures dropping into the 20s, nearly to the Gulf Coast, folks. Let's take a look at our travelers' weather as we welcome you aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Again, 25 outside the secret bunker. But folks in the eastern half of the country, as we come to grips with the coldest weather since last winter. Of course, the lake effect snow machine has been roaring through the day. Monday, cold winds sweeping over the warm waters, sparking the first significant round of snow from the shores of Lake Superior to Lake Ontario. And as I just mentioned, the snow extending beyond the typical bounds of lake effect as those brisk conditions persist from the Great Lakes in the Northeast all the way to the Gulf Coast into midweek. Many locations forecast to see low temperatures into the 20s and 30s, and even lower winds gusting 20, 25 miles per hour. Will have temperatures making a sharp turn, more like winter-like. It's going to be hard to miss, right? This storm pattern producing some of the coldest air for early November, and that's the reason we're seeing these robust snow amounts there in the Great Lakes region. And even further south, the extent of flurries into the southern Appalachians. There's going to be a potential for some dramatic hourly snowfall rates in those heaviest bands that develop. These lake effect snow bands that set up, dumping several inches of snow in a short period of time due to the vast temperature difference between the Arctic air aloft and the very warm Great Lakes. Some of these will continue through early Tuesday. Be prepared for some treacherous driving conditions and near zero visibility at times, again through early Tuesday. Snow fell at some heavy rates in much of Chicago Sunday night into early Monday. We did see school delays and closures across the Chicago metro area. Areas surrounding Lake Michigan on the southern and eastern side continue to see some of those impacts as the stiff winds blow out across the lake, bringing ashore those potent bands of snow through Monday night into early Tuesday. We had seen definitively thunder snow, and that possibility continues in some of those heavier bands The most intense squalls producing snowfall rates 2 to 4 inches per hour. Further south and east of the Great Lakes, we did see some accumulating snow expanding across portions of southeast Indiana, southern Ohio, central and northern Pennsylvania through the past day. The Poconos picking up a light covering of snow, and the first snow showers of the season for New York City overnight tonight, late Monday night into Tuesday. If you're going to be heading rolling along I-80 in Pennsylvania, that's where you may encounter some of those intense snow squalls. And we could see some of those snow showers extending southward into Kentucky, West Virginia, even northern Tennessee, and parts of the Carolinas. Forecasters note the first snowflakes are going to be falling across both the Great Lakes and part of the Tennessee Valley at the same time. Very uncommon for this time of year. By the time we get to, say, Tuesday night, the lake effect engine starts to wind down as the jet stream begins to retreat northward. We'll see some milder air beginning to try to make its way back into the region. But forecasters caution this early arrival of winter, likely a preview of more cold outbreaks and snow events as we continue through November. And, of course, is it going to be one of those long, cold winters in the east? Some of the almanac predictions were right in line with that outlook. Meanwhile, headed out west, you've had a bit of a break in the action after a train of storms last week, bringing rains and mountain snows from Northern California through Oregon, Washington, portions of Idaho, Montana. That break continues as we head through the day Tuesday. Get ready, Wednesday, Thursday, back into action. A potent storm's going to move in from the Pacific. Again, drenching rain, heavy mountain snow, travel disruptions to the West Coast, especially, in this case, California, a bit further south than most of the storms last week. Warmth is going to linger across the coast states until the arrival of that storm. Soon after the rain begins, coming your way, say, Wednesday night, temperatures are going to drop sharply over the Sierra Nevada. Snow will quickly accumulate above the passes in northern areas. Over the ridges and peaks, about 8,000 feet, a couple feet of snow, and blizzard conditions possible as the strong winds develop. At Donner Pass, California, along Interstate 80, most of the storm's going to bring a rain or a mixture of rain and wet snow from Wednesday night to Thursday morning. During the latter part of the storm, though, temperatures are forecast to drop. We're going to see a period of heavy snow from midday to Thursday evening. Whiteout conditions, several inches to a foot of snow. So obviously treacherous travel over Donner Pass, the summit there. Pay attention to the latest conditions. Be prepared for snow-covered roads and possible closures. For the Lake Tahoe, California area, which is a bit lower in elevation, rain Thursday morning and midday, followed by a change to wet snow later Thursday afternoon, before ending by evening. Maybe 1 to 3 inches of slushy snow likely at that resort area. Temperatures not expected to fall quickly enough for snow over the southern California passes, but rain, wind, fog still leading to hazardous travel conditions in the mountains there. Yeah, the bulk of the rain for, say, San Francisco and the Bay Area in general, falling Wednesday night to Thursday morning. For the Los Angeles area, rain should be the heaviest Thursday afternoon and evening during the rush hour. Most of the rain on San Diego will be Thursday night and may have departed by the morning rush come Friday morning. Maybe a half inch to 1 inch of rain around L.A. Lower totals in San Diego and higher amounts to the north along the California coast, the west and southwest facing slopes of the Coast Ranges and the lower elevations of the Sierra Nevada, Siskiyous, and Oregon Cascades. Looks like colder air, some lingering moisture, and the arrival of a second weaker storm could produce some snow over the passes come Friday. Slippery travel conditions across the Pacific Northwest at that point in time. All right, in between, chilly conditions, freeze warnings. I'm looking here, literally all the way down to the Gulf Coast. How far into Florida do we have hard freeze warnings tonight? Looks like all the way down to, well, not quite Daytona Beach, but areas inland, all the way down to, say, Ocala, Florida. So Ocala to Gainesville, Jacksonville, all under hard freeze warnings. Of course, frost advisories extending much further to the south. Chilly night for our friends there in the Sunshine State. Around the country, it's 844-844-3388. We'll bring you up to speed, all the latest, greatest, what's going on in the world around us. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
I'm looking at some of the advisories. You wait out into the Sunshine State. They reference them as cold weather advisories. Let's see, Sumter County, they're saying wind chills as low as 23 degrees overnight tonight. Other areas a bit further north, there are, as we said, freeze warnings in effect. 2 a.m. till 8 a.m. Eastern this Tuesday. Those cold weather advisories continue till 9 a.m. Tuesday morning. For the freeze warning, temperatures as low as 30 degrees expected. For the cold weather advisory, it's the wind chills. Dropping down close to 20 degrees. All right. Well, how do you know when it's cold in Central Florida? Well, that's when the water parks, obviously, they close with the cold temperatures dropping into the temperatures dropping 30s, 40s in some parts of Orlando and Central Florida. Some of the water parks have temporarily closed. Aquatica, SeaWorld, Orlando's water park, was closed both yesterday, Monday, and today, according to the calendar on their website. scheduled to reopen Wednesday. Regular hours like 10:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Yeah, check the website for up-to-date park hours. Typhoon Lagoon, their Disney World, closed here for your Tuesday according to the official Disney World calendar. Expected to reopen again November 12, so that's Wednesday. Disney's other water park, Disney's Blizzard Beach, is currently closed for seasonal refurbishment there. Then you've got Universal Orlando Volcano Bay, also closed part of the week due to the cold weather. Closed Monday, Tuesday. They're also closed Wednesday and Thursday, but not for the cold, they're saying. Those were previously scheduled seasonal closure dates. So they say if you're planning to visit Volcano Bay this week, they're scheduled to reopen on Friday. Yeah, when the temperature's like that, a visit to the water park is more of a torture than a good time, right? All right, hello to Philly Dan. Good morning from the city of brotherly love. Out of the box here, Mary Ann. Hello, all the listeners. There we got Uncle Chops on board. Good morning, Steve, and the Secret Bunker crew, all the listeners out there. There's Shorty, I-95 southbound Savannah, Georgia. Just how cool is it? How about 37 degrees at this hour? Orlando turnaround number 1. How often do you have to use the heater in your truck there, Shorty? All the way down there in southern Georgia, northern Florida. I guess this is one of those nights. Hello, Michael. What's up, people? Good morning, Steve and all the crew. Hello to Tank. What do we have? Happy Tuesday. What a day, what a day. When we made it to the yard in Memphis Monday morning, we discovered there was no freight for our run. Do we sit here for 2.5 hours waiting on Central to dig up something for us? We ended up having to go to Oklahoma City. Now we're headed to Phoenix, and then who knows? Well, at least we're moving in the right direction. 39 degrees here in Casablanca, New Mexico tonight. Everybody truck safely. Have a blessed day. There's Dave checking in from Parsonsfield, Maine tonight. 29 degrees. It snowed this morning. I guess winter is officially here. All right, Norman checking in from the mountain cabin in Colorado. Off duty for a few weeks. Hopefully I'll get snowed in. Everybody have a good morning. Yeah, Norman, you sound more like my wife. She always wishes for those kind of things. She loves it when you get snowed in. I'm not a cold weather fan. All right, but you know that. All right, Michael, one heck of a brutal Monday night football game. Yeah, I hadn't even checked how things went there for Monday Night Football. I'll have to pull that up for you here. James said, actually seeing some snowflakes out the window here in Woodstock, Georgia right now. Lucky thing I've got my 4 loaves of bread. I love this weather. It tells me my off season is just around the corner, coming soon. Buckeye Boy, where are we at? Eloy, Arizona, 64 degrees. Had a good day of driving, able to get 778 miles in. Wildcat tells me it's pretty cold at the home 20 there in Georgia. Everybody have a great night. Be careful out there. There he is, saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The midnight hour, it's windy, it's cold, 27 degrees, about 15 clicks from the secret hidden bunker, and it feels every bit of it. We're talking 2 chimney fires tonight. So if you got a wood burner or a fireplace, don't forget to clean out those chimneys. This is my public service announcement for tonight. All right, snuggle up to whomever, whatever, throw another log on the fire. Heat up that cup of joe. Let's go. Showtime. So, yeah, obviously, folks, throwing a few logs on the fire for the first time and hadn't done their chimney sweep. That can be a bad thing. if it spreads into the attic. All right, hopefully everything worked out there. Good afternoon. Hammer down, be safe. 33 degrees, Platkill, New York. The freeze is on, says Larry, as we head to Schenectady tonight. Rubber Duck. We had about 18 inches of snow. It sucks. So you were up there in those heavy lake effect snow bands, right? Wow, 18. Jerry, morning, everybody. Well, the snow melted on the roads, but not on the grass. Many schools were closed Monday. Thank you to Hotshot Secret for putting the Steve Summers overnight drive on for us to enjoy. Tell them you love them every chance you get, folks. Be safe out there. Sarah Spencer and I thank you for keeping us supplied with everything we need. Thank you to the truckers out there. Sneakers, what do you got? A weather warm-up coming? Yeah. Thank you, Steve, and Hotshot Secret. I enjoyed the show. Everybody be safe out there. Let's see. Buckeye Boy said, my sister posted a picture from her house in Raceland, Kentucky, just outside of Ashland, right on the Kentucky-Ohio border across the river from Ironton. She got a heavy dusting of that nasty white stuff this past day.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the government will be reopening quickly. Speaking to reporters at the White House, Trump says he approves of the deal struck between the Republicans and a handful of Democrats.
We're not going to be giving $1.5 trillion to people that came in from jails and from the gangs and drug dealers and all of these others.
The agreement must make it through the Senate before it goes to the House and then for the president to sign. Flight delays and cancellations continue nationwide as the government shutdown continues.
When the most disciplined safety workforce in America is forced to think about survival instead of public safety, this is the cost.
FAA staffing shortages have forced major cutbacks, with over 1,600 flights canceled and 2,700 delayed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 381 points, the S&P 500 rose 103 points, and the NASDAQ climbed 522 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tel is here to help you succeed. Visit Tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weights? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388. All right, guess indeed, got those phone lines open. What's on your mind? 844-844-3388. Hello to Big John, who says, good morning to the overnight crew. Hope everybody's doing well. It's a chilly 27 degrees in Washington Courthouse, Ohio. Headed north for Cleveland. Everybody be safe out there from your friend Big John. Yeah, John, the latest radar sweep I saw had the snow still coming down, the lake effects, from just about the east side of Cleveland, not quite over to Erie, PA, but that's the zone where you're still seeing lake effect bands coming off Erie there. And, of course, all the veterans out there, service members, veterans, their families. You know that Veterans Day is a whole lot more than a discount or a deal. But there are many businesses out there that look to show their appreciation for those who serve or have served. I pulled up a list from military.com, way too many to list them all off, but yeah, they put the list of verified Veterans Day deals to help you navigate offers from restaurants to retail establishments. Now, yeah, I know Shorty used to do this, or no, I'm sorry, Captain Ron. Captain Ron was the one over the years who had many times in the past planned wisely to where you could fortify yourself with a free breakfast, followed by lunch, and then, of course, dinner. If you head to the right locations with a trove of in-person and online markdowns. Yeah, some of the more well-known national chains, I'll list a few of them off for you. They're in alphabetical order, but Applebee's are offering active duty and veterans free full-size entree. They've got a select menu. Dine-in only, they say. They're also offering a $5 card for a future visit within a 3-week redemption window. And in most of these, you do have to show proof of service, right? Bob Evans offering active duty and veterans a free meal. They've got a select menu, special menu today. Let's see. Other names we recognize. Any Chipotle fans out there? Active duty veterans, buy one, get one. Free deal, 4 to 8 p.m. local time today. That applies to Chipotle bowls, burritos, salads, taco entrees. Denny's restaurants offering active duty and veterans a free original Grand Slam from opening till noon local time at participating locations around the country. Golden Corral, what do you have? A free dinner buffet meal and a drink from 4 p.m. till closing time later on this evening. Yeah, part of their annual military appreciation night. Dine in only. Hooters restaurants, active duty and veterans, one free meal. They've got a menu of 4 select entrees with the purchase of a beverage at participating restaurants. IHOP, what do you have? Active duty and veterans, a free red, white, and blueberry pancake combo today. 7 a.m. till 7 p.m. Dine in only. How about some steakhouse deals? Any steak fans out there? Logan's Roadhouse offering active duty and veterans a free meal from a select menu. 11 a.m. till 3 p.m. today. Outback Steakhouse, what do you get? Active duty and veterans a free Aussie 3-course meal, including a starter, choice of entree, and dessert. Dine in only. Perry's Steakhouse, 50% discount on a dinner cut pork chop today from 4 p.m. till closing. If dining with the guest purchasing a full dinner entree. The veterans pork chop is free. Pilot Travel Centers, what do you have? Offering active duty and veterans, their families, a choice of a free breakfast sandwich and coffee today, or a lunch item and fountain drink. Through the Pilot's My Rewards Plus app at participating Pilot, Flying J, and 19 Fuel Network Travel Centers. Most of the truck stops offering something out there today. Again, these are all kind of listed in alphabetical order. A couple of others, what do you have? Any Shake Shack fans out there? Free Big Shack Burger today. Sizzlers, I didn't even know Sizzlers still existed. Offering active duty and veterans free lunch from a select menu from opening till 4 p.m. All locations except those in Utah, Idaho, and Puerto Rico. Okay. That's a bit different. Numerous others on the list there, but you get the drill, right? And sadly, Cap and Ron actually had scheduled doctor's appointments for today, so he won't be taking advantage. He's gone through, some years he's gone to 4 different locations and got full meals. It's like, dude, where did you put all that food? Also, coming up, let me give you a heads up later this morning. We've been trying to get Louis Pugh on with OOIDA. He's not a fan of staying up till the midnight hour. So we've got slated a little bit later this morning after the show wraps up. But we're going to be chatting with Louis. We'll be recording that for playback tomorrow morning. I was just curious if anyone out there had any specific questions that you might like me to ask Louis during our interview later this morning. Obviously, there are tons of things. I don't know, since I've been involved in trucking radio starting in 1996, I don't know that we've ever had so many issues actually garnering significant national attention. The English language proficiency, the non-domiciled CDLs, of course, all the regulatory issues specific just to trucking and so much more. So maybe you just shoot me an email, steve@hotshotsecret.com, if you have something on your mind you'd like me to specifically address, and I'd be happy to do that. I do know we'll likely be discussing the annual campaign to support former and active duty military members is now underway, which each November, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association Truckers for Troops campaign raises funds to support a number of veteran organizations out there, as well as to send care packages to U.S. troops stationed abroad. Going back many years ago, we had numerous active war zones, be it Iraq, Afghanistan, and others. That's where it kind of where it was conceived. The inception was pretty much sending those care packages to active duty military members. One of which packages at that point in time, all those years ago, one of them went to my son and his crew serving in Afghanistan with, again, not nearly as many things going on as far as active war zones. We obviously still have military personnel stationed around the world, but it's kind of become more of supporting veteran organizations, veterans here at home, serving some of those sort of deals. Entering the 19th year, campaign obviously started this past day. It runs through the start of business next Monday, November 17. So all this week during the campaign, new and renewed OOIDA memberships offered at a discounted price of $35 for a year, 10% of the total amount going toward the Truckers for Troops. And on top of the money raised through memberships, OOIDA matches that 10% dollar for dollar. You can support the campaign, 7:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Central Time each day this week. The phone lines are manned at 816-229-5791. Of course, you can go online to ooida.com and select Become a Member to join or renew your membership. Since this started back in 2007, OOIDA members have helped raise more than $800,000 for veterans and active duty military, funds that have helped send those care packages to nearly 40,000 members of the U.S. military. In addition, they've sent aid packages to 65 different facilities caring for the likes of wounded, disabled, or homeless veterans. Going on through the week until, again, open business on next Monday. So you're invited to participate. Our number, 844-844-3388. All right, we'll get the latest on the government shutdown, several other national issues of interest. But I mentioned so many trucking issues making headlines nationally, and latest development. Oh, here we have that old familiar tune, the courts looking to step in and intervene in, well, damn near anything this current administration does. These judges constantly stepping in, putting a halt or a pause. In regards to trucking, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit on Monday decided on a lawsuit looking to block the DOT's emergency final rulemaking that is stripping the non-citizens of non-domiciled CDLs, which there could be some 200,000 out there. The court ordered that the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration's interim final rule be administratively stayed pending further order of the court. They try to explain the pause, they say, will give the court sufficient opportunity to consider the emergency motions for stay pending review. This should not be considered or construed in any way as a ruling on the merits of those motions, according to the court. Not clear how long this is going to take, but this following the DOT's September 29th emergency final rule that obviously tightened eligibility for non-citizens to get commercial driving privileges. We've been sharing how the DOT had found widespread lapses in CDL issuance protocols all over the country, citing numerous deadly crashes as well as unknowns around non-citizen applicants as the motivation for that rule. A lawsuit filed 2 weeks ago, or rather 2 weeks later, I should say, came on behalf of an owner-operator who came to the U.S. 2 years at the age of 2 years old and now runs a small fleet. The suit sought to invalidate the rule as discriminatory based on citizenship status. The petitioners explained their case at length, apparently, in the court filings, and the DOT had a chance to respond. So as of Monday, the court has sided with the petitioners and many non-domiciled CDL drivers who complained that this is violating their rights. DOT Secretary Sean Duffy, in a press conference about 10 days ago, said that most states have complied with the new rule, demanding a pause on those non-domiciled CDLs being issued and a total review from all 50 states. Some jurisdictions, notably, of course, the state of California, had not. Same day, the DOT rolled out the new emergency rulemaking, issuing a notice to California that the state was substantially out of compliance. Then a month later, California vigorously denying those claims, so back and forth they have gone. Let's see. California's response raises a handful of legal and practical challenges to the DOT's rulemaking, they say. The lawsuit coming from unions representing government workers and teachers, as well as a few truck drivers. Trucking trade organizations almost unanimously supported the rule. None of them have raised any sort of legal challenges. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Yes, indeed. Hello to Brett. Checking in from Bullhead City, Arizona, 75 degrees. Hey, Brett, I'll trade you. I'll trade you my 25 for your 75. Said they're forecasting a high of 88 degrees tomorrow. All right, Gilligan. Good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, it's a cold, windy night in Boones Mills, Virginia, 30 degrees. Clear skies. All right, keep it shiny side up. Drummer Girl on board said it was 38 with some light snow at 10 o'clock this past evening, Bethlehem, PA. We're down to 35 and clear now in northeast Philly. So, yeah, the cold air beginning to funnel in there along the eastern seaboard. Wasn't it about this time 24 hours ago? Horsefeather said it was, like 51 degrees there? Up in the D.C. area. Yeah, what a difference a day can make. Oh, Drummer Girl also said her son was also the recipient of one of those care packages from OOIDA when he was serving in Afghanistan, 2010. Kevin checks in. Good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. There's the Iron Duck. Roll call, truckers. Bring on Old Man Winter. Right now, 29 degrees in Franklin, Ohio. And there's Miss Millie. Hello, Steve. Have a great day, everyone. Be safe out there. 25. The actual temperature feels like 23. I think Miss Millie, much like me, is not a fan of the cold weather. All right, government. When do things reopen? It's still going to be several days after we had what they call the cloture vote that finally garnered the needed 60 votes Sunday night. The Senate approving the full package by the same vote here Monday evening over the objections of Chuck Schumer and most of the Democrats. Just as the case was Sunday night, lawmakers voting 60-40 to pass the legislation. Ultimately, it was 8 Democrats joining with Republicans to support the measure. As the case had been, Kentucky Senator Rand Paul was the lone Republican voting no. He says there's not enough spending cuts in the legislation. But we had Democrat Senators Catherine Cortez Masto, John Fetterman, Tim Kaine, Jeanne Shaheen, Maggie Hassan, Dick Durbin, voting yes on the legislation, bringing an end to the 41-day shutdown standoff. Had the independent Senator Angus King of Maine, who caucuses, obviously, with Democrats, also, though, supported the package. This is going to fund the government through the end of January, advance a slate of appropriations bill to fund Department of Veterans Affairs and Agriculture, the legislative branch, and military construction for the current fiscal year. In other words, that's going to fund through September 30 of 2026. In return, pretty much the only thing Republicans gave up was committing to hold a vote on extending the Affordable Care Act subsidies that are going to expire at the end of the year, and to rehire federal workers laid off during the shutdown. President Trump told reporters this past day he will abide by the terms of the deal, said it's very good. So this brings Congress one step closer to ending the record-breaking shutdown. The House still has to approve this before the president can sign it into law. And if I heard correctly, the House, according to the Speaker, is going to be voting on this on Wednesday. So maybe late Wednesday, sometime early Thursday, the president should have that on his desk. All right. More to come after this. But first, get behind the wheel of a new truck. With Tel's flexible lease options and full factory warranties, visit tel360.com today.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tel is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The government shutdown drags on despite a Senate funding breakthrough.
The overwhelming majority of Senate Democrats, led by Leader Schumer, are opposing this bill in the Senate.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries says most Democrats oppose this bill, which passed the Senate tonight. House approval and President Trump's signatures are still waiting to take effect. Newly partially declassified documents suggest the FBI sat on intelligence that could have prevented the January 6th Capitol chaos. Representative Barry Loudermilk says FBI informants repeatedly warned about Antifa agitators, but the warnings were not shared with Capitol Police. Critics argue this negligence contributed to the violence and raised questions about whether elements inside the Bureau deliberately mishandled or withheld crucial information. Arizona Congresswoman-elect Adelita Grijalva will reportedly be sworn in as early as next week.
Multiple reports say she'll be sworn in by House Speaker Mike Johnson before a vote is held on a government funding bill. Grijalva won a special election in September, but Johnson has not sworn her in due to the House not being in session. Arizona's Attorney General and Grijalva have sued Johnson over him refusing to swear her in. Grijalva is the last signature needed to force a vote on the House floor to release the Jeffrey Epstein files. I'm Wendy Swanson.
A survey by the American Psychological Association finds that more than 60% of adults are stressed out and lonely.
The study highlights an increasing sense of isolation and emotional disconnection across the nation. Respondents overwhelmingly said that societal polarization was a major factor. They complained about difficulties maintaining relationships while navigating through divisive cultural and political climates. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 381 points. The S&P 500 rose 103 points, and the NASDAQ climbed 522 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Sheriff's deputies in San Diego are looking for a suspect stealing bronze plaques.
Authorities say the man removed a bronze plaque from the exterior of the Imperial Beach Library last month. He then tossed that plaque in the bed of a white Chevrolet Silverado and drove off. This is a crime happening all over the country as the material can be scrapped.
Eating a balanced diet can help keep your immune system strong this cold and flu season. Teresa Uri is a registered dietitian for Cleveland Clinic.
Always encourage people to drive with eating a balanced breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You always have wiggle room to have your snack and your treat. But when you provide your body with the right fuel, it will be able to protect you during the seasons of cold and flu and be able to fight off those infections a lot better.
Include lean protein, fruits and veggies, whole grains, and dairy. Foods like oranges, salmon, and yogurt provide vitamin C, omega-3s, and gut support. Limit ultra-processed foods and alcohol, because those can weaken your immunity. And while it won't guarantee you won't get sick, it will lower your risk of illness and chronic disease. Former adult film star Jenna Jameson says she's left her past behind to focus on faith and helping others find Jesus. Once known for My Body and Sin, she's now baptized, sober, and committed to sharing her spiritual journey, emphasizing no one is beyond redemption.
I could not imagine ever doing adult movies again.
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, got a brand new day coming our way. Yeah, we made it through the hard part. The greatest day of the week. We're closing that out from time zone to time zone. We shall turn the page on the calendar. 11th day of November. And welcome aboard this hour, Denver, Colorado. Hope your week's off to a good start. Happy Veterans Day to all the veterans out there. those who have served and actively serving. It's your day. Yeah, suddenly it's like old man winter comes roaring in across the eastern half of the country. Big surge of Arctic air sweeping out of Canada, dipping as far south as the Gulf Coast. You're talking a big-time reality check. Just a reminder, the start of meteorological winter is rapidly approaching. Now, we're going to have several pretty dramatic southward plunges in the jet stream, pulling air mass of Arctic origin southward through Canada, deep into the heart of the U.S. Some of the coldest air since last spring or winter. And for those in even the deep south, this is pretty much the end of the growing season for those who have not yet seen that hard freeze this fall. The temperatures dipping well below historical average across the east. Yeah, be prepared. Businesses, impacts to outdoor operations, supply chains, infrastructure, power demand increasing sharply. Hope you've got the home winterized, right? Sealing off those drafty areas, insulate the pipes, drain the outdoor faucets, and make sure your heating source is properly working. Pappy brought that up. Yeah, here locally. Yeah, they've already had 2 chimney fires reported here tonight as folks try to throw a log on the fire for the first time. So here tonight, Monday night into Tuesday morning, these very low temperatures continue to creep southward through areas of the Mississippi Valley and the southeastern USA. Even portions of Florida and the coastal areas will see low temperatures in the 30s and 40s. Widespread lows in the 20s, spreading as far south as the Gulf Coast by later this Tuesday morning. Now, this is going to be the coldest night since last winter for some folks. Jacksonville, Florida. Your forecast will approach the freezing mark, last night and again tonight, about 20, 25 degrees below where you would typically be here in early November. Now, for many, the drastically low temperatures will gradually begin to rebound by a few degrees each day, starting from, say, midweek toward the end of the week. But yes, old man winter is here. All right, we were updating the government shutdown, which technically continues. We're still dealing with major airline issues as this still has to proceed to the House for a vote, I believe, on Wednesday, and then on to the president's desk. Now, I mentioned some of those Democrats on the Senate side that crossed over to end the shutdown with the vote of 60-40. Durbin was one of those. Dennis says, go figure. Durbin's retiring. He ain't got nothing to lose. He should have been forcibly retired after his first term, 60 years ago? 100 years ago, whenever. Talk about a lifetime politician. He's one of those guys. Yes, Buckeye Boy, there were 2-3 Democrats that voted to open the government because they're not seeking re-election. And I feel like they want to make sure they don't make so many people mad that they can't get a cushy or lucrative job on the board or one of those companies that their legislation has made millions of dollars for. You scratch the back. You don't want to PO the people that could potentially benefit you in the future. All right, hello to Bob in Michigan tonight. Sneakers, 25 degrees, southern Illinois, no wind. But Mother Nature definitely giving us a heads up. Prepare for winter. All right, the final vote after the same group of Democrat caucus members that advanced the stopgap bill Sunday night in a notable break with Schumer and the Democrat leadership. The defecting senators argued that the shutdown's pain for the average American has become too great, and that the minor concessions secured from Republicans, in their mind, was enough. Dick Durbin, there you go, says, many of my friends are unhappy. They think we should have kept our government closed indefinitely. Now, I said, I cannot accept a strategy that wages political battle at the expense of my neighbor's paycheck or the food for his children. It has become clear after 6 weeks that the strategy of shutting down the government, forcing the Republicans to talk about the Affordable Care Act, is not working. King posted a video Sunday night saying the shutdown is not achieving the goal. It's time, at the same time, hurting a lot of people. Fetterman, of course, one of those who had been voting time and time again with the Republicans, speaking to the Daily Caller Foundation this past day, that he said there were more than 8 Democrat members that actually supported this deal, but they were scared to publicly back the legislation. Fetterman says, quote, there were plenty more than beyond just the 8 that wanted to vote yes. What's worked in the past is not working now, according to Michigan Senator Elisa Slotkin, who voted against the government funding package. All right, Slotkin and a large chunk of congressional Democrats slamming this deal. Insufficient because they didn't get their Affordable Care Act subsidy extensions they were wanting. Although Majority Leader John Thune has pledged to hold a vote on an extension sometime next month. But we know that's not likely going to pass. Republicans overwhelmingly oppose, if they try to say this is just going to be a clean extension of the subsidies as they have been since, of course, if you're not familiar, these subsidies implemented in the heart of the COVID pandemic. They had a sunset clause. They were slated to expire when the pandemic was over, which it is long over. But the Democrats, they want to extend this because, it is going to cause some of these insurance rates to skyrocket. But that's just the proof of the debacle Obamacare truly has become, as many of us had predicted at the time all those years ago. Now, Republican Texas Senator John Cornyn told reporters that a planned vote on a Democrat Affordable Care Act bill, in his words, there you go, has no chance of passing. Although a number of senators briefly held up the package this past day, every member ultimately consented to fast-track the legislation to a vote on final passage, which they did finally this past evening. John Thune said the American people have suffered long enough. Why are we? Let's not pointlessly drag this out. Let's get it done. Speaker Mike Johnson of the House urging lawmakers this past day to get back to Washington to vote on this measure later this week. Now, the earliest the House could vote is apparently on Wednesday, because today is observing Veterans Day. Okay, that makes sense. And as of Sunday, nearly half, we know, of all domestic flights and U.S. flights were either canceled or delayed. So we've got to get things back up and running here. Johnson says, I'm saying that by way of reminder, I'm stating the obvious to my colleagues, Republicans and Democrats in the House. You need to begin returning to the Hill right now. We've got to get this done as quickly as possible, as he says. All right, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot, Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
As far as the Affordable Care Act is concerned, how it garnered that label, I have no idea, because it has made health care and insurance coverage anything but affordable. And we all know it. Did you realize it's been 15 years that we've been under this? It makes me feel old. 15 years since the Democrats passed Obamacare, under the promise it would make health care affordable. We're all going to save money, remember? We're going to, if you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. And we're finally going to get a system that worked for them instead of the big insurance companies. As we know today, that's, according to Matt Margolis, he made a great breakdown of what Obamacare or the Affordable Care Act has done over the past 15 years. All those promises, it's like a sick joke today. Of course, I'll share more of what Matt had to say coming up here. First, let's head out there. I guess Senor Heat Wave got a new week underway. What's happening?
Oh, good morning, Senor. Oh, tell you what. Last Friday, we was going from Salt Lake to Kansas City, Kansas. Going through Missouri on 29. Coming down wasn't too bad. Now, turning around, going up against the wind, that was another story. All the farmers out there were trying to bring in their soybeans and their corn. So a bunch of pollen and dust and what have you. And here I am, not doing too good. So, hell, I couldn't breathe. Friday, Saturday, got home. And told the wife, just order some soup from Walmart. I'll be home. But no, I had about 2 hours before I actually got home of all the things she wanted me to get. You know, a woman has no idea what a man suffering from allergies or a cold or the flu.
Yeah.
It's kind of like having birth without the what do they call that?
Epidural.
I can't even think what they call it. There you go. There you go. And I'm sure I'm going to have some women on here tell me you're full of it. Nope. It's just, it's painful. So I didn't do a whole hell of a lot this weekend. Seen the A&M Missouri game, listening to it, and the first half of that game I thought was pretty tight. Even though A&M was up 14-0 at the half, they could have still easily lost that game. But they turned it on in the second half. And there's some plays out there they caught Missouri flat-footed, especially the fake punt that they ran for. I think that they ran that one for a touchdown, or at least a big gain. So I don't know. I'm still not sold on A&M. I guess I'm hoping. I hope for the best, but I'm expecting the worst. Yeah, they may be pretty good right now, but they got a South Carolina coming in to Kyle Field. That's going to be. Last year they got their butts handed to them, 44-20 something, when they were over there in South Carolina. So, South Carolina is a dangerous team. Then, of course, at the end of the month, they got to deal with Texas. And I don't know. If they finish undefeated, well, that's great. Then they would have the conference title, and that's always something that you can look at and go, well, if they lose there, there's theoretically they're still in the college football playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, if memory serves, I think Grump's been the analyst. Grump's been kind of sticking with Ohio State and A&M, I believe. That like he's been saying those are the two he thinks are going for the championship.
Well, I tell you what, I hope he's right. And I hope A&M does pull this one out. But, it's just so many years of, well, we're getting close, right. Then they fall down, then they get close and fall down. And I think that hire of Jimbo Fisher, that was probably the worst thing they could have done. I mean, the guy comes from Florida State or wherever, and he has a couple of good seasons, and then he just craps out. So, I don't know. And Mike Sumlin, I think he came over from Houston to A&M when A&M was first season in the SEC. Hell, his first season was absolutely fantastic. But after that, he just kind of crapped out again. So this Coach Elko, he really got these boys in shape. And he's letting them know he ain't putting up with their BS, so they better put up or shut up. I'm impressed, but I'm not completely sold on the idea that they can make it to the championship game. UNM, University of New Mexico, they didn't play this weekend. They had a bye week. But I am genuinely impressed with the way this is going under the first-year coach. And Coach Eck, E-C-K, is his last name. I'm really surprised. He's done more for this team than what I can't think of his name now. Utah State coach. It'll hit me as soon as we hang up. But that's I'm really, really surprised, really pleased. You know, when you don't have high expectations and they put out pretty good, you just wish them the best and hope they continue on. Politics. Our two state senators, Martin Hindlick, because that's all he ever does is lick hind ends, and Ben Ray Lujan, they had a post on Facebook together saying that they were going to strenuously support the extension of the funding for that damn Obamacare. And of course, they also want all that money for NPR, PBS, teaching gay transitional men how to cook in Haiti or some damn place.
Right.
What does that do for me?
Right? Nothing.
That in no way does anything for me. You know, if NPR could have been middle of the road, I could see the funding. If PBS with their news or their commentary, you know, their 1 hour shows, if they could be middle of the road, I would be all for it. But they're not. You know, we shouldn't have to fund something with both taxpayer money, Republican and Democrat, to only have them scream and shout yay for the Democrat. You know, so I don't like the idea of them trying to say, well, there's 80-something genders out there. No, there's only 2. Stop making this stuff up. All them other genders are from outer space.
Right.
They come from Uranus.
Hey, we got to pause there, right? Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
On this vote, the ayes are 60, the nays are 40. The bill as amended is passed.
The government shutdown drags on despite a Senate funding breakthrough.
The overwhelming majority of Senate Democrats, led by Leader Schumer, are opposing this bill in the Senate.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries says most Democrats oppose this bill, which passed the Senate tonight. House approval and President Trump's signatures are still waiting to take effect. Newly partially declassified documents suggest the FBI sat on intelligence that could have prevented the January 6th Capitol chaos. Representative Barry Loudermilk says FBI informants repeatedly warned about Antifa agitators, but the warnings were not shared with Capitol Police. Critics argue this negligence contributed to the violence and raise questions about whether elements inside the Bureau deliberately mishandled or withheld crucial information. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, making our way into a new day. And happy Veterans Day. All right, good morning to Gary. Checking in this early Tuesday. Buckeye Boy. He says, I heard today on Hannity's show that Nancy Pelosi's net worth and her family's stock portfolio increased nearly 17,000% during the 39 years she was in Congress. Things that make you go, Yeah, that is correct. I shared, I believe, Sunday night, Monday morning, it was a screenshot from Fox News where they had the graphic showing those numbers. I'll pull that up. It was like 16,900 and some percent increase in stock investment value. How's that even possible? Let me see. Who's that? Was that actually Senor Heatwave on the air, or was that the Dr. Reverend William Jefferson Clinton Jr.? In other words, your voice sounds a tad bit like Bill Clinton there, Heatwave.
I did not have sex with that woman. Thank you for holding me over, Senor. I'm sorry. I've tried like all get out to get my voice back to somewhat sensible sounding, and thank you again for holding me over. I didn't realize what time it was when you put me on pause. Oh, goodness, how time flies when you're having fun, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I tell you what. Hey, all you vets out there, hey, salute to you, sirs and ma'ams, from this lowly Air Force boy that's sitting in the the driver's seat here. We all went through. We all gave something, and some gave all. So, anyways, just like we're just continuing our service, being out here bringing the goods to the stores and to the hospitals, and whoever needs what, we bringing it to them. Well, yeah, you know, Ben Lujan and Martin Heinrich, you know, they were saying just how great they were holding up, how they're going to, you know, that they were fighting for everyone else but the American citizen. And I sent them a deal on their Facebook page. I said, look, this ain't a Republican shutdown. You had one rhino that voted against.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got 8 that have voted for. You know, it's not the Republicans that have voted to keep the business closed or the government closed. It's y'all. Why are you insisting that it's a Republican shutdown? You know, weren't they given the opportunity to have an extension, a 1-year extension for the Obamacare subsidies, and they voted against it? Is that?
I don't.
Is that what?
I don't think that. I think Schumer had proposed that, and that was kind of a trap. Yeah, that would have essentially, if they had passed that, would have taken us right up to like next, end of the fiscal year, like October 1 in the midterm, and they'd have been in the same place. And so, word is Schumer was hoping that the Republicans would buy that, and he'd be able to shut the government down, right there 1 month before the midterm elections.
Yeah. Well, you know, these people have to understand it's not the Republicans that shut it down. You know, they've got, I think I've shared a couple of those videos where there's someone out there asking these big women. Some are Amazonian big, and some are just plain fat, you know, and, you know, they're complaining, they cut off my food stamps. I ain't going to have nothing to eat. I'm going to literally starve to death. And one of them was asked, well, what about getting a job? Do you work? And she just looked at him incredulously and said, what has that got to do with anything?
Right.
You know, the food stamp program was not meant to be a nationwide program. It was meant for the population of D.C., where they were having issues. And then they extended it to New York City. And then from there, as with any government program, it went hog wild. And now we have people that are so damn dependent upon the government for their handout that they can't see no other way to live. And it's like, you know, it's a hand up, not a hand out.
Right.
It gives you a hand up so you can go ahead and do better for yourself. You know, and that's one of the first things of communism. Make the people dependent upon government.
There you go.
Start off with the food.
You answered the question yourself. It's the whole premise is to get you dependent, and when you are dependent on the government, then who are you going to support come election? You're going to support the one that keeps giving you the handouts.
Yep. And this moron Salami, you know, he's up there saying, "Oh, he's gonna get free busing and free this and free that." And I don't know if you've seen the reels where these women are just screaming and shouting for joy how Sharia law is going to free them from oppression and whatnot. And it's like, you know what? Y'all are going to have a tough time and a hard lesson to learn when all this stuff comes to fruition as far as bringing Sharia law in. They have no idea what Sharia law is.
If they had any idea, they would realize that the true Sharia law, I mean, in places like Iran, do they not throw people of homosexual they throw them off the top of buildings, don't they?
That's what I've been told.
That's correct. So, that's what are you supporting? These people are cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. All right, let me give credit because Matt Margolis explained this. The 15 years since the passage of Obamacare. A recent post shared by their sister site, Twitchy, highlights how the Obamacare boondoggle really works and why it does not actually work for the people. It was built to enrich the healthcare industry, and the numbers prove it. He says, let me give you a rundown of how it works if you can stomach learning how the sausage is made. Every year, the federal government quietly funnels around $40 billion straight to the insurance companies through cost-sharing reduction subsidies. These payments, they get sent automatically. There's no congressional vote, no annual debate, no accountability. The money just flows. Meanwhile, everyday Americans still face insane deductibles and co-pays that are high enough to make anyone think twice about setting foot in the doctor's office. Now, this supposed affordability is an illusion built on taxpayer-funded handouts that prop up corporate profits. Nonprofit hospitals, the ones that are constantly waving the banner of community service, not exactly hurting either. They rake in more than $125 billion every year in tax breaks because of their nonprofit status. That means they skip out on property, income, sales taxes, while still cashing in from every direction. Medicare alone overpays them by another $28 billion each year, and hospitals charge anywhere from 60 to 80% more than independent doctors for the exact same procedures. Take a look at where the money actually goes. These so-called nonprofits pay their CEOs multi-million-dollar salaries. They spend billions lobbying politicians and buy up independent medical practices to crush the competition. And when regular Americans can't pay their inflated hospital bills, these hospitals drag them into court. They invest huge sums to grow their stock portfolios, yet they claim to operate for the public good. Does that actually sound charitable to you? Make no mistake about it. The system bleeds Americans dry. We pay 3 times for health care, once through taxes that subsidize insurance companies and hospitals, then again through our monthly insurance premiums, and a third time when the hospital bills actually arrive. It's the perfect setup for them. Meanwhile, nearly $200 billion a year flows to insurers and hospitals in the name of making health care more affordable. But medical care remains out of reach for millions of people. The winners are always the same group: the lawmakers, the health insurance executives, and the hospital system's CEOs. The losers are the rest of us. Families and workers who can't afford the care they've already been taxed to pay for, even though we were promised we'd be saving money because of this system. I spend thousands of dollars a year for coverage that doesn't cover diddly squat until I max out my deductible. I can still remember how much cheaper insurance was and how much more was covered before Obamacare was passed. Now, those words, again, are Matt Margolis, but I can second that 1,000%. Yeah, I can recall before the Obamacare passage, I could afford the premiums for insurance that had no deductible for routine doctor visits. It was, I think, maybe $1,000 per year out of pocket before the insurance actually started to kick in, and it would pay then 80%. I mean, it was very affordable. Those numbers have skyrocketed. $3,000-$4,000 per person. $3,000 for me, $3,000 for the prince, before anything begins to get paid. Now, he goes on, Democrats own this mess from start to finish. Remember, every single one of them voted for Obamacare. Not a single Republican did. Nancy Pelosi famously said back in that debate over the bill, and I quote, "We have to pass the bill so you can find out what's in it." Well, have you found out? And what's in the bill was not reform. It was nothing but pure rot. The entire structure depends on endless subsidies to keep the illusion of affordability alive. Without them, the program collapses under its own weight. With them, we, the American people, just keep getting screwed. And make no mistake, Democrats will defend this broken system at any cost. They've proven that, even shutting down the government, if it means keeping the money flowing to their favorite industries. When Democrats talk about protecting health care funding, they're really protecting the billion-dollar interests behind it. The same politicians who claim to fight for the working families. They're guarding the financial lifelines of the corporations that gouge those very families at the doctor's office. Affordable health care? That was never the goal. Keeping the cash pipeline open to the right people, that is Obamacare in a nutshell. Matt Margolis with PJ Media. I think that pretty much nails it on the head. We'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits. And EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Back at it at 844-844-3388. All right, what's going on, Grump?
No, not much. Not much at all. Listening to you there, that guy was right on the mark. Right? You know, this damn healthcare debacle has been nothing but that since they signed it. from taxing the hell out of medical devices like CPAP machines and stuff like that. That used to be sometimes up to 150% of the cost of the device. And they're still relying on a lot of that. I know my wife has to be on oxygen. That auctionator, or whatever the hell they call it, it's I think it's $2,200 is what it is what it would cost new.
Mm-hmm.
And when that was given, when she got that, I have to pay $250 a month rental on that. I tried to buy it outright and said, just tell me how much it is and I'll pay for it. Nope, we can't do that. We can only rent them. And this is the crap that Obamacare has created. Just things like that. And it's I don't know. It's the damn. I got a call today from the insurance company telling me that our premiums are going to go up again.
Mm-hmm.
And I said I doubt that very seriously. And she said, why do you say you doubt that? And I said, ma'am, you can stick your damn insurance where the sun don't shine. I said, I am sick and tired of every time I turn around, you're jacking my premiums up. We never meet our deductible anymore because it's impossible to.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember right before Obamacare, we paid $475, and I elected to have our own insurance instead of me going through TRICARE and, it's going through there because I didn't want to go through that mess with the government. But we had our own family plan and everything for me and, my wife, my son, and they used mine as a supplement for VA, which was fine. And I paid, we had $1,000 maximum out-of-pocket expense, a $500 deductible, with $1,000 out-of-pocket expense. I elected to pay an extra $100 a month, for the maximum out-of-pocket expense.
Mm-hmm.
So everything was covered, and that all went away. And it just, this whole damn thing right here, our government, the idiots that are setting up there arguing about opening and closing up the damn government, had an opportunity to straighten this mess out. It did not have to be a single-payer system, but they could have put limitations and caps on deductibles and things like that would have made that affordable for people. They complained that there was 10 million people that just could not afford health insurance, so we got to do this. Well, now they've got 30 million, Steve, that can't afford health insurance that's off of it. And that was the design of the system right there, was to cause we the consumer, so damn much pain and be so expensive that we could not afford it. And therefore, the government would offer this single-payer system. That's exactly what they didn't want to do it in the beginning, which I'm glad they didn't. I mean, I don't want the damn government controlling every part of my health care or anything else. I want their noses out of it. I want their money out of it, or our money out of it. If they did not give these humongous subsidies away to these idiots that's running these insurance companies, then somebody in the insurance company would be going, damn, we got to lower prices to lure people in here. Since we're a for-profit organization, a business that's
Mm-hmm.
for-profit. That's something else that I don't understand. They could have nationalized these things and said, no, you cannot. You got to be a nonprofit organization. You have to pay out exactly what you're taking in. We're talking health of our people, but yet, hell, it's try to get something done. My wife, we had to jump through hoops she had a hip replacement, and it took months to get that damn hip replacement. They're like, well, you got to go physical therapy. The doctor's on the phone with them saying she cannot do physical therapy. It's bone on bone. There is nothing there. We have to replace the hip. Well, we're going to try shots. This kind of crap. Everything under the sun to draw it out. So finally I got on the phone and I said, that's why God made lawyers, dumbass. You're fixing to get your ass sued for insurance malpractice. And then 2 days later, they sent us a letter saying, sure, go ahead and have your, just that fast. They got it over to the doctor's office, and then they called us and said, look, we got a letter saying that we can go ahead and get this set up. And I'd already talked to a lawyer, and they were like, hey, let's get after it then. If she needs to get it done, let's get them sued. But they went on ahead and provided, went on ahead and taken care of it. But I had to take, at that time, I had to take about, I think it was about $8,200. I think that's what I had to pay out of pocket right then, just to get it done, to meet the deductible and out of pocket expense. And luckily, I'd sold trucks and stuff like that where we had that kind of money tucked away. Steve, there ain't many people does that. It's just, and I ain't shooting down people or anything else, but in today's society, it's just been impossible.
Mm-hmm.
For
those kind of numbers. Hey, hold the thought there. As we roll toward news break, TEL gets you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit tel360.com.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. 8 Senate Democrats joined Republicans to advance a stopgap bill that will end the nation's longest government shutdown, assuming the House and President agree.
We've got government workers who are not getting paid. We've got people who can't get food. We've got mothers and children who can't get their WIC benefits. And so we need to end that.
Senator Jeannie Shaheen says she supported the measure despite the lack of healthcare subsidy extensions. The bill passed the Senate tonight. The government shutdown continues to cause major air traffic disruptions. TSA agents like Martina Santana in Phoenix are working without pay while the FAA cuts flights due to staffing shortages.
Just come with a good heart because we're trying. We're trying to do our job. We're trying to keep it light and get you guys through, but we still have to do our job. And with the less people, it's going to take a little bit longer.
Over 10,000 flights were delayed on Sunday. California and 22 other states are fighting the Trump administration's order to reverse SNAP benefits. Attorney General Rob Bonta says the USDA's guidance has been confusing and clawing back funds will hurt families.
The whiplash the president and USDA Secretary Brooke Rollins have given Americans in recent weeks, the steps they've taken to prevent vulnerable families from putting food on the table are unnecessary, unconscionable, and unlawful.
The coalition is asking a Massachusetts court to block the move. The government shutdown is forcing the Trump administration to furlough nuclear weapons contractors, slowing work on next-generation systems.
The Chinese have doubled their nuclear arsenal. Well, we can't fall behind in terms of our national security, so this is starting to get very serious.
Defense expert Jeff Adicott warns the delay could hinder U.S. efforts to maintain global parity. Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 381 points. The S&P 500 rose 103 points. And the NASDAQ climbed 522 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Samson Garner, who planned a mass shooting at Smith Rock State Park in Oregon during a 2023 climbing event, has been sentenced to 30 years in prison. Police arrested him and seized guns, body armor, and ammunition. If you feel like your grocery bill keeps going up, it's not your imagination.
The Denver metro area has the highest inflation change in the country over the last 2 months. This is according to finance website Wallet Hub, which tracked numbers for major metro areas across the country. Daniel Tavani from Colorado State University says housing, food, and natural gas costs are big drivers in Denver. Los Angeles and Chicago are numbers 2 and 3. I'm Cynthia Vale.
Illegal food vendors continue to be a problem outside Seattle stadiums.
So far this year, more than 200 illegal food vendors have been shut down in King County. 14 of those vendors were outside of Lumen Field. Legitimate vendors say the illegal stands put the public at risk and take away their customers. You can always tell whether a food vendor is legitimate because their license will be on display. I'm Brad Ford.
The FDA is removing its strongest warning label from menopause hormone therapy products.
Symptoms occur in over 80% of women. They last on average 8 years, and for many women, they are severe, even debilitating. Mood swings, night sweats, weight gain, hot flashes.
Commissioner Dr. Marty McCary says the black box warnings were based on outdated studies and wrongly scared women away from effective treatments. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call TEL now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Coming up, other industry headlines we'll get to here on a Tuesday. And once again, happy Veterans Day, all the veterans out there. including you, the Grump. Thank you.
You're welcome. You was talking earlier there about that judge that put a stay on the Trump administration.
Yeah, the DCDL, non-domiciled thing.
And then you got that guy that's suing that. I can't believe for the life of me that judge actually put a stay on that to bring it to a halt until they have more, information or more on it. It's so far out of his wheelhouse. I have no idea why. And, people are here, either you're legal, if you're legal and you're working here, you're under a guest worker program. You can be a permanent resident, never be a citizen if you own a large enough business, or you're here illegally. Or the third option is that you're a citizen of the United States and you're operating at your business legally. All right, that's the two. Either you're a guest worker or you're illegally here. If you're non-domicile, number one, and you're living outside of this country and you're coming in here to work from time to time, that should never happen anyway. I mean, it's just it's maybe in some specialized area, but driving a truck, no, absolutely not. And you got this idiot judge that steps up and goes, well, I'm going to put a stay on it. Why didn't he rule on that and just flat out dismiss it with prejudice? With prejudice means that he ruled on it and it can't be brought up again. And his ruling should have been that he has absolutely no jurisdiction to do that, to put a stay on something like that. That the Secretary of State is who decides those little orders like that, not the judge. And I don't know, man. I tell you what, it seems like every damn time they try to take one step forward, you got some liberal moron trying to slap them two steps back.
Yep.
And it's not going to get any better. It's just not. I mean, until I don't know. All you got to do is just listen to all the rhetoric and stuff, and look at the idiots that are being elected today. By all these dumbass millennials and the rest of them. These damn kids out here that are just getting their right to vote for the very first time. Like I said, man, and who was it talking about the SNAP or the food stamp program there? Was it Heatwave said something about it?
Yes.
I think he was talking a little bit about it.
Yep.
Okay, the food stamp program actually started up in 1913. You know why it started up, Steve? Because of freaking income tax. You was being taxed, and it was taking away your income enough that people could not eat. So what was the government's thoughts on that? Well, let's start up this program. Since then, it's been worked over so many damn times over the years. And when was it? It was in 2019 or 20 or something like that, when Elizabeth Warren wanted to start up that damn college food stamp program, because college kids in these schools, in these Ivy League schools, were starving to death because they couldn't afford food. Who the hell cares? Then go to a cheaper school, you dumbass. You don't stand there and say, I got to spend all my money on this Ivy League education, and all I get to eat is a damn Snickers bar. That's your problem. I can't believe the foolishness that we blow money on today. And when they look at this SNAP program and they say, all right, we're going to give it now 400% of the poverty rate, people should have to declare every damn thing they own before they get that that kind of a subsidy. If they're unemployed, they get fired, or the business shuts down or closes and leaves the country or whatever, I can understand helping people, because that's of no fault of their own. But when you got a $1,000 cell phone in your hand, you're paying, $600-700 a damn month for a car payment. You got a humongous house payment. Credit cards are maxed out. Whose damn fault is that? Why in the hell should they go up to the government and say, or the American taxpayers, and say, look, I need some help paying my bills here. It's never that I need help balancing my budget here and getting things back down to affordable, down to affordability. No, it's always the same damn thing. Help me. I need help. And then you got these bleeding heart damn liberals going, well, they have a right to all that stuff. Well, they also got a right, to eat too, by golly, and that doesn't mean that we have the right to pay for it. It's the same damn way with the child care and all this other stuff. I'm so sick of every time you turn around, somebody in there going, I can't get a job because nobody will watch my kids for me, or why would I want to work and pay babysitting costs that's going to take up half of my income? Well, that's the breaks you got, I guess. It just, I have no problem helping single mothers and stuff that's got some deadbeat dad, but I want to see them helped, right after they take everything that deadbeat daddy has. I mean, every damn thing. Let's just go ahead and clean him out, throw his ass in jail. If he's no good, don't want to support his family, stuff like that, then just lock his ass up forever for all I care. I'm just so damn tired of people that sheds responsibility because it's the right thing to do is to stand up and be a human being and be a productive member of society. But no, it's too damn easy, for that. That they look at that like, no, that's just completely out of the norm for me. I ain't doing that. People needs to help me do this and do that. Nobody wants to give up their damn lifestyle. I helped a family member a while back, pay some bills. I had all down on my luck and all this other crap. All right, fine. A close family member, I sent them some money. And you know what they did, Steve? Sent me a damn picture of them in Florida. They, said, yeah, we got our bills paid. We sure appreciate that. We had enough left over to go down to Florida. On vacation.
Okay.
And I said, I'm going to tell you something, family member or not. I said, you ever ask me for another damn dollar, here's what you need to do. Delete me. Because if I ever lay eyes on you again, I'll knock your ass out. I don't care who you are. That crap like that, I don't take vacations for a damn reason. I take them once, days off and stuff like that. We don't go anywhere. Because we have obligations. I got a trucking company here I got to take care of. We got, my wife has health problems and stuff that I got to, make sure that those bills are paid. Just a lot of little things that adds up to big things sometimes. And it's, I want to keep money in the bank. My idea right now is to work my ass off. And when I do retire here, I'm, 65. When I do retire here when I'm 67, I'll probably always keep a truck, just to make short runs or do whatever, just to break up the monotony of it. But you got people, Steve, you couldn't melt down and pour on a damn job. And the reason being is because the government has been there to pick up the pieces every time they fall flat on their ass. It's like I said one time, hell, you got drug addicts, people talking about, well, we need help with we need more funding for rehabs and things like that. No, you don't. Just leave the crap alone. What the hell's wrong with you people? I'm just sick of that revolving door on rehab. And you got people that every week they're getting hit with Narcan just to bring their ass back to life. I'm glad I'm not the one doing it, because I'd stand there and watch the son of a bitch die. I mean, I'm tired of this. If you're not going to learn anything from your very first mistakes, if you're not going to get up off your butt and say, I've had enough of this crap, it's time for me to start giving back at least something, or start supporting myself, then hey, I don't care what happens to them. Honest to God, I don't. It just, I've been all over this world, man. I mean, military capacity, I've been everywhere from Africa. And, people survive in places like that for a reason, because they want to survive. Places like right here, they survive because somebody is always handing them something. It's never get off your sorry ass and get a job, or something like that, and you see all this looting and crap. Like I said before, you'll never see them steal work boots or anything like that. It's always something that they can hawk in a damn pawn shop or put on their feet and strut around like they're, I don't know, Michael Jordan or somebody. But I'm just tired of them, man. It's just, I'm looking at it right now. Hell, I'm at this age, and Steve, where I'm on the way out. Hell, everybody knows that. When you hit 65 years old, it's, your life is coming to the end. I mean, that's just the way it is. And it's, but I can look back on it and say, at least I worked my ass off my entire life, and everything I got, I own. It's mine. Nobody stood there and handed me a handout or any damn thing else, because I wouldn't have took it if they did. It's just the way it is. I served my country, for nearly 20 years, actually nearly 21 years, but it just, I don't know, man. Our priorities have changed in this country from the days of World War II, when young men were killing themselves because they couldn't go fight, and now they're killing themselves by God on drugs and stuff like that. And it's just what the hell happened to us, as a society? What happened to the greatest nation on this earth?
Sad state of affairs, isn't it?
It is. It's very sad. And it just, I think it all goes back to the coddling and the pacification that happens with government. When campaign promises turns into donations to the people that, this give back for voting for them. Here, let me get you some money. If you vote for me, keep me keep me in office and things. Look at Nancy Pelosi, how much money that old hag's made. It's ridiculous. I mean, Jesus. It just, how does that happen?
Insider.
It happens because
trading.
they run for Congress.
Yep. Yeah, and I'll double check on it. I think it was Anna Pauline Luna that says she's been told by the House Speaker, Johnson, that as soon as they reconvene and the government's back up and running, they're going to again place a piece of legislation to ban insider trading, stock trading when it comes to members of the House and the Senate, Congress people. Surely that would have nothing to do with the fact that Nancy Pelosi beat the system and watched her stock portfolio grow by 16,000 plus % in her, 38 years, 39 in Congress. It would not be possible without the insider knowledge of legislation, bills, whether it's affecting energy companies, pharmaceutical companies, you name it. When you know there's a piece of legislation that is going to be signed off on tomorrow that will benefit one industry as a whole, and their stock will respond in kind, up and away. And you can buy in advance of anyone else having that knowledge. How can that be legal? It's not legal for Martha Stewart. It's not legal for you or me.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Let's head on down to Florida. And are you finding a way to stay warm there, Philip Burr?
I got my old sock cap on and got my fleece under jacket on. I'm going to be wearing underneath my monorail jacket today. Yeah, we're going to get down about 37 down here in Orlando area. So, hey, if anybody is going westbound on Interstate 4 and you need to get on 417 South, you're going to have a problem. They've got the ramp shut down right now. They got a truck that has lost its load there on the curves. So you might want to plan appropriately if you want to go to 417 South.
Okay.
Off of I-4 up around the Sanford area. It's I think the exit number is 101B is the exit number. So, and a truck went around a curve, lost his load there. He had a gooseneck, it looks like, and got stuff strode all over the place, and they're trying to figure out how to get it up. So just letting everybody know about that. Happy Veterans Day to all the veterans out there, all the ones on the show. I know there's Grump and a lot of Heat Waves and Knuckle Buster and a bunch of them, 5-7. So y'all have a good Veterans Day. I'll be out there at the monorail today, see if anybody wants to stop by. I'll be on the resort side there. Steve, I don't know, did you hear about our sheriff here in Volusia County?
I probably not.
Well, I guess with this recent election that they had in New York City with the mayor and our sheriff Mike Chipwood, he said he invited all those folks down. If they want to move down here, come on down. I know it's in town where I live at, Deltona. Some folks are pretty upset about it. Some of us in town, you know, there's a lot of folks in the city I live in. I'm not sure about where you're at, Steve, but you know, we think there's too many people there. Do you get that sometimes where you live at, Steve?
Right, sure. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're always like, hey, we don't need that much more people here, you know, and I don't have a problem with people moving down here or anything. I don't care where you come from, whatever, but we got to be respectful to each other. I think a lot of what's lost in today's society as far as cities go is it's our city, not my city. You know what I mean? And we need to be respectful to others. And that just ain't happening sometimes. And I see it a lot down here. A lot of us transitioned out of Orlando because Orlando's just too busy and it costs too much to live there. I mean, a lot of the big cities, that's why a lot of folks have gone into the suburbs. And but it's shined a little different light on some people for the sheriff of our county. I still back the man. I still back. Hey, he's a good guy. He truly cares about us. I mean, he would not have done what he did over the weekend. Y'all were talking about that SNAP program stuff. Our sheriff got together and with a bunch of other folks, and they handed out 200,000 pounds of stuff to folks that needed. You know, they had to show that they were on the program and all that. Yeah. You know, but they filled up the front parking lot at the Daytona International Speedway and had a program over the weekend handing out food. And they had over 200,000 pounds they handed out to folks, and they did it for, I think, almost 2 days, if I'm not mistaken. So, you know, our sheriff is a good man. I don't have a problem with him. So, we'll just see how it plays out. Are they going to get this thing back up and going, Steve? Or has the House still got to vote things in?
House still has to vote. Today's Veterans Day, so they don't convene, though. I believe they're saying vote will be Wednesday, and I guess as soon as the House votes, they'll run it down to the president's desk.
Okay. All righty. So that's when that's going to truly be ended if it happens.
Correct.
Hey, I know you're coming up on that time. You want me to stand by?
Absolutely. Indeed. All right. So it is 844-844-3388. Just enough time to share under the industry headlines. In the state of Illinois, got to love your Pritzker, right? Illinois state lawmakers approving a bill that imposes a crushing financial impact on trucking operations, they tell us. The blow to the truck industry, part of a $1.5 billion plan to support the state's transit operations. Transit agencies faced a looming budget crisis. Operating gaps were expected to hit $230 million next year. By 2027, the figure was projected to increase to $834 million. Deep in the 1,000-plus page transit bill awaiting the governor's signature is a provision to raise truck tolls by 30%. Tolls for passenger vehicles will increase by 45 cents. Senate Bill 2111 authorizes toll increases for trucking operations beginning in January of 27. Biennial increases are included starting January of 29. Rate increases would be capped at 4% per year by that. The state estimates that higher truck and motorist rates would generate about $180 million in additional revenue each year. More on that coming up. At first, we'll take care of the news break. TEL gets you into a factory warranted truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
On this vote, the ayes are 60, the nays are 40. The bill as amended is passed.
The government shutdown drags on despite a Senate funding breakthrough.
The overwhelming majority of Senate Democrats, led by Leader Schumer, are opposing this bill in the Senate.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries says most Democrats oppose this bill, which passed the Senate tonight. House approval and President Trump's signatures are still waiting to take effect. Newly partially declassified documents suggest the FBI sat on intelligence that could have prevented the January 6th Capitol chaos. Representative Barry Loudermilk says FBI informants repeatedly warned about Antifa agitators, but the warnings were not shared with Capitol Police. Critics argue this negligence contributed to the violence and raise questions about whether elements inside the Bureau deliberately mishandled or withheld crucial information. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks, new equipment, keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability for over 20 years. We've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, we are back. Thanks for being with us as we roll through the late night, early morning hours. And welcome back, Philip.
Hey, buddy. Hey, I don't know if you know it or not, but Blue Origin, they're supposed to launch on the 12th. And I'm not sure, with the government shutdown, they said there were going to be no more day launches, but the one they've got technically is scheduled for 2:50 in the afternoon. So I don't know. Let's see what happens. It's supposed to be the 12th. They scrubbed the other day because we had some weather move in, and I guess it wasn't where they wanted it to be at for the launch. So we'll have to see how that goes down. And that's playing. But Steve, they changed all the schedules for the launches and all that. They're having to move around things with this shutdown and, with the air traffic control situation.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be interesting if this does continue on or not because of that, and I'm hearing now that the Chinese are kind of running into the same situation that we ran into earlier this year. Did you hear about their astronauts? A couple of them are going to have to hang out for a while until they get a spacecraft up for them.
I knew that they had an issue, and they thought that the return capsule had been hit by some sort of debris, but I never heard the follow-up. Did they confirm that, and they can't use it, or? They're
going to be standbying the crew right now until they can they can get another capsule up to them. They can't fly it autonomously, I don't think. Maybe they can, but there had even been mention of possibly Elon helping them out, which that's just, I think, just a dramatic story that's out there, one of them fake stories.
Yeah.
But yeah, they got damage on the return ship. They don't know if they want to use it or not because of the damage, whatever happened to it. And they possibly might have to, they're going to be the kind of same scenario. They're stuck up there until they can get another one up to them. I know right now the Chinese are getting another one ready because that's the way they work in their system. Their ships are put in right behind each other. When one launches, the next one is not almost assembled. I mean, they're. I got to say those much for those folks. They've got their things together. When they got a program, they've got it. Everything's being mobilized for the next launch. There's no messing around with nothing,
Right.
But it's a different way. They do it a different way than we do. The commercial side in America, they're doing it that way. On the NASA side of things, no, they're not doing it that way. I mean, you can look at SLS and see that. And if things continue on, that SLS program is going to be in real bad shape. They're going to have to get things together with it more, because the funding for that is a big portion of NASA. It's a big portion of NASA. That program might be killed. Hopefully it's not. I don't want to see any of them get killed or not, because there are a lot of folks that work on that program and that put a lot of effort in for something that might not work. But, we still want to see it go, no matter we like the way they do it or not. But it's going to be interesting. There's a lot more things coming out with China. You see, China's not as stellar as everybody thinks they are. They have chinks in them just like we do.
Yeah.
They live in an unperfect world just like we do. So, but that's pretty much all I got today, buddy. I appreciate you, and I hope everybody has a safe Veterans Day, and I'll talk to y'all later.
All right, and I presume attendance may be down a little bit today there at the House of the Mouse. What do you think? Do people... I guess if you're on vacation, and when you booked this vacation months ago, you had no idea it was going to be freezing in Orlando at this time of year, early in November. So I guess you got your tickets, you have to bundle up. Probably, unless they paid attention to the forecast going down, like. Normally going to Florida, you're not packing your winter attire, long pants and winter coat. Maybe a windbreaker or a light jacket, but I don't know. What's everybody head out to Walmart? Do they have winter coats you can buy down there right now? All right, let me see. Northern Lights. Solar activity has kicked into high gear already this week, with two powerful X-class solar flares erupting from the active region AR 4274. One on November 9 and another early yesterday morning, and yet another this past day. The November 9th eruption was an X 1.7 flare. Now, we had it's following close behind an earlier eruption that might have grazed the Earth this past day, but that's not it. Space weather forecasters and aurora chasers are keeping a close watch on the aftermath of a second X-class flare from that same region this past morning. That unleashed another CME toward the Earth. So at least two CMEs are en route to the Earth. And then there's a third, potentially larger, linked to Monday morning's flare that's under analysis, they say. Space weather forecasters are reviewing the new coronagraph imagery, the NASA SOHO and Stereo spacecraft to determine the speed and trajectory. As such, forecast and geomagnetic storm alerts are going to be updated accordingly. So they tell us via spaceweather.com. They just popped this up right in line with what I'm talking about. And it's the headline, Cannibal CME Alert. Strong geomagnetic storms are possible on November 12, a.k.a. Wednesday morning, as these two big CMEs we were just referencing are expected to hit the Earth's magnetic field. In fact, the two storm clouds could merge to form, that's when they reference, a cannibal CME. They've got the animated forecast models from NOAA showing that merger happening just before they reach our planet. Cannibal CMEs contain shock waves and enhanced magnetic fields that do a good job sparking and amplifying geomagnetic storms. The last time one hit back on April 15 of this year, that one caused a severe G4 class storm, with auroras, northern lights being sighted as far south as France. Now, the cannibal forecast is far from certain. NOAA's model shows the two CMEs merging just before they reach Earth. They could just as easily merge after passing our planet. If that happens, the double blow could still spark a strong G3 geomagnetic storm. So either way, for watchers of the Northern Lights, it's a win-win, but sky watchers, be alert for auroras come. This is saying Wednesday night. I mean, Tuesday night or Wednesday morning, I believe, because that's the 12th. Yeah, this is Tuesday the 11th. 844-844-3388. See what Eagle has on his mind this early Tuesday morning. Eagle.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm out here on the road, Steve. Yeah, I've been noticing something, man, over the last couple of days on the trip that I made to South Carolina. Over the weekend, last weekend, traffic on the road is truck traffic. I don't know where trucks are at, but I've noticed there's a lot of trucks not rolling. And I told you, you don't see them California trucks no more like you have been with all them. They put that's a lot of people, 10,000, 8,000 people or more that's out of work. There's a lot of trucks is off the road, so they got them guys, most Florida guys. They put most of them out of business with these different checkpoints they got around the U.S. now, and I want to congratulate a couple of states that have, that are doing their job. The DOT is Oklahoma. They're not playing games. Oklahoma Interstate 40. They got their scales and checkpoints going across 40 over to Arkansas. And then Arkansas is another state that's enforcing these laws of English only trucking. Arkansas and Texas is doing a good job too. Texas is trying to get these people off the road. So those three states are doing a good job of trying to eliminate this problem that we have in America. You remember I told you, Steve, back in the summer, everybody was talking about Amazon, and, some Amazon and FedEx causing problems with the accidents. You notice you don't hear about Amazon no more in the news. You notice you don't hear nothing about Amazon having reckless drivers and people getting killed by their drivers because they got them boys out of no longer driving trucks. And that's a good thing, not a bad thing. They shouldn't have been on the road to begin with. They need to be behind a McDonald's or Burger King grill somewhere frying burgers or something, because they definitely wasn't qualified to drive no truck. So it's just that simple. We don't want you in the trucking profession. We want professionals out here driving these things. I'm a professional driver, and I expect the other people that's operating these trucks out here alongside me to be professionals too, Steve. And so far, Donald Trump, this Duffy guy, these guys, they backed up what they said. They wasn't just a bunch of hot air like the Biden administration, with Pete Buttigieg, whatever the hell his name was. This guy was a joke. He was there. He shouldn't have had the job to begin with. He knew nothing about transportation. So they got some people on the job now, Steve, that actually care about the truck drivers and the American public, and that's a good thing. Not a bad thing. I want to say one other thing right quick about trucking. Get to the politics thing. There's a company out there, Steve. I talked to you about these people before, and there's a guy on TikTok. They got some kind of battle going on. They got some kind of thing because this guy doesn't want people to know the truth, but he can't hide the truth because there's too many bad things about his company. He tries to tell people, it's a lease program. Trucking company out of Oklahoma called Hurricane. These guys got a bad reputation. They got good looking trucks. They got Peterbilts with all the lights on it and all this. They riding it, they look good while they rolling down the interstate. But they don't look so good on Friday afternoon when you get that $500 paycheck after they don't took all the deductions out of your pay for that truck you riding around in. And this guy, nothing but a crook. This guy who owns this company, I'm not gonna mention his name on the radio, but he's got some kind of thing going with this guy on TikTok because he's been exposed for the crook that he is. Mm-hmm. So you had a guy who used to come to your show, and I'm not gonna mention his name. That for some reason he thinks that the lease program is the best way to go, and it's not. It's a proven fact. You've talked about it over the last few months, how the government and other people try to end this lease program because it's nothing but a scam. It's nothing but a scam to begin with. Because you'll never get the title to that truck, and if you do get the title to the truck will be worthless by the time you be on paid double or triple what the truck is worth in value if you do get lucky enough to pay it off. So hopefully this guy at Hurricane Trucking, hopefully they'll put him out of business. Because he's got nothing but a crook and stealing from truck drivers. I know a lot of people that make YouTube videos about this guy, and it's not good what they say about this man. So he ought to be ashamed of himself for stealing from hard-working truck drivers. Now, as far as the government shutdown goes, Steve, hopefully they can get this thing resolved in the next couple of days, before the holidays, Thanksgiving. It's looking good right now. They still haven't got it. Everything's not official yet, but it looks like it could be ended in the next couple of days.
Right,
and that's a good thing because it would have been a total nightmare if these airports would have been shut down over the Thanksgiving with all these people getting ready to travel to different destinations. That would have been a travel nightmare if this thing would have continued on. And, so I'm glad they got that settled, or maybe have it settled. It makes my job a lot easier because a lot of people was probably going to end up getting on the road, renting vehicles, driving cars. There's going to be even more cars on the road in the next couple of weeks because I'm going to be out here on the road for one more week, and then I'm going home probably on the 21st or 22nd, try to get there before Thanksgiving. I definitely don't want to be on the road the couple of days right before Thanksgiving. That ain't nothing but a travel nightmare, those days. So I definitely want to be off the road by at least that Saturday or Sunday before Thanksgiving, relaxing for the rest of the week. So we'll see what happens with with the situation with the government. But like other people have said, I told you last night about the government benefit SNAP program, Steve. They definitely need some adjustments on that. And as far as I can say, all those people that have been stealing money, they ought to be forced to pay every dime they stole from the U.S. government for something that they didn't need because they didn't want to do the right thing. But that won't happen. But that's what should happen. They should be forced to pay back every dime that they stole from the government. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. Thank you, Eagle. Have a good morning, about 9 before the hour. Yeah, we've undoubtedly everybody, including the truck drivers, talking about jobs being replaced by artificial intelligence. Of course, when it comes to trucking, it's known as the autonomous vehicles. Are they really going to take our jobs? That was broke down a bit under the briefs this past morning. We'll give you more coming up.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, rolling into a Tuesday, Veterans Day. And I see the Indiana Roadrunner. It chimes in here. I was unaware, but I see on you where he was posing a question about the Truckers Paradise. They're in Texas. I had never heard of them until we went to the Mid-America Truck Show there in Louisville earlier this year. And they were making the rounds on all the various broadcast opportunities to spread the word about the Truckers Paradise, where they'd fill your truck up while you're actually in the parking lot. Wash your truck in the parking lot. They had big plans. Financial services, barber shop, doctor's office, dentist, all these things that were supposed to be there all together in one convenient facility with ample truck parking. So I did a quick search there, and he said, are they closed? Quick search says, yes, Truckers Paradise, Gainesville, Texas, has permanently closed after being evicted by its landlord, 35 in Liberty, due to unpaid employee compensation. The landlord confirming the eviction on November the 7th, following numerous complaints from employees reporting not being paid for months. The closure after the business faced significant financial troubles, including payroll delays and investor pullback. And they were making the rounds there in Louisville. That's what they were kind of looking for. Hey, are you interested? We're looking for investors. Hey, we've got plans to open facilities like this. They had numerous locations around the country that they were planning to expand to. All right, the closure follows a period of financial trouble, unexpected delays, cost overruns, they say. A statement from the landlord, it says here, confirms the eviction, while the company's own website includes a message acknowledging the inability to meet obligation and the landlord's response. So, wow, that didn't last long, did it? I don't think they had been open, but a matter of months, to my understanding. All right, so, we're rolling toward the news break here. So, Roadrunner, meep, beep, again. Yeah, thanks for the tip there. We'll get your thoughts on that coming up here just ahead. Meanwhile, it is 844-844-3388. Coming up in the next hour, we'll try to break it down for you. We've heard these, seen the headlines, discussions, the president talking about $2,000 for the working people, not the rich people. There would be income caps, but $2,000 dividend for the tariffs for us. How would that work? We'll break it down. But first, lease with TEL and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The government shutdown drags on despite a Senate funding breakthrough.
The overwhelming majority of Senate Democrats, led by Leader Schumer, are opposing this bill in the Senate.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries says most Democrats oppose this bill, which passed the Senate tonight. House approval and President Trump's signatures are still waiting to take effect. Newly partially declassified documents suggest the FBI sat on intelligence that could have prevented the January 6th Capitol chaos. Representative Barry Loudermilk says FBI informants repeatedly warned about Antifa agitators, but the warnings were not shared with Capitol Police. Critics argue this negligence contributed to the violence and raise questions about whether elements inside the Bureau deliberately mishandled or withheld crucial information. Arizona Congresswoman-elect Adelina Grijalva will reportedly be sworn in as early as next week.
Multiple reports say she'll be sworn in by House Speaker Mike Johnson before a vote is held on a government funding bill. Grijalva won a special election in September, but Johnson has not sworn her in due to the House not being in session. Arizona's Attorney General and Grijalva have sued Johnson over him refusing to swear her in. Grijalva is the last signature needed to force a vote on the House floor to release the Jeffrey Epstein files. I'm Wendy Swanson.
A survey by the American Psychological Association finds that more than 60% of adults are stressed out and lonely.
The study highlights an increasing sense of isolation and emotional disconnection across the nation. Respondents overwhelmingly said that societal polarization was a major factor. They complained about difficulties maintaining relationships while navigating through divisive cultural and political climates. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 381 points. The S&P 500 rose 103 points. And the NASDAQ climbed 522 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My Financial Fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Sheriff's deputies in San Diego are looking for a suspect stealing bronze plaques.
Authorities say the man removed a bronze plaque from the exterior of the Imperial Beach Library last month. He then tossed that plaque in the bed of a white Chevrolet Silverado and drove off. This is a crime happening all over the country as the material can be scrapped.
Eating a balanced diet can help keep your immune system strong this cold and flu season. Teresa Uri is a registered dietitian for Cleveland Clinic.
Always encourage people to drive with eating a balanced breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You always have wiggle room to have your snack and your treat. But when you provide your body with the right fuel, it will be able to protect you during the seasons of cold and flu and be able to fight off those infections a lot better.
Include lean protein, fruits and veggies, whole grains, and dairy. Foods like oranges, salmon, and yogurt provide vitamin C, omega-3s, and gut support. Limit ultra-processed foods and alcohol, because those can weaken your immunity. And while it won't guarantee you won't get sick, it will lower your risk of illness and chronic disease. Former adult film star Jenna Jameson says she's left her past behind to focus on faith and helping others find Jesus. Once known for My Body and Sin, she's now baptized, sober, and committed to sharing her spiritual journey, emphasizing no one is beyond redemption.
I could not imagine ever doing adult movies again.
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Happy Veterans Day, because here it is, the 11th day of November. All right, real quick here, I was able to find the actual thank you to the truckers. Dean Ash. Dean was the guy that was running the Truckers Paradise. He's the one we interviewed. He was all over the place there in Louisville, trying to get the word out. He says, Truckers Paradise was founded with a simple but powerful belief. Truck drivers deserve to be treated like royalty. Every day, truckers make incredible sacrifices, spending long stretches away from family, facing life-threatening hazards, enduring health challenges, all to keep the country moving forward. Despite our passion and dedication, unexpected delays and cost overruns created challenges that could not be overcome. The landlord acted appropriately when the company was unable to meet its obligations. We are grateful for the support and the encouragement we received from Gainesville, the community, local businesses, and the many people who believed in the vision of Truckers Paradise. Your kindness, understanding, and enthusiasm meant the world to us. I want to express my appreciation to the leaders of the city of Gainesville who consistently demonstrated professionalism and excellence. I remain hopeful for the continued growth and success of the mall and the entire Gainesville area. And I'd like to, most importantly, thank every trucker who stopped by, shared a story, or reminded us why this dream mattered. Hearing how Truckers Paradise made an impact on your lives has been the greatest reward of all. So I guess for the few people that actually made it, I'm looking through some of the comments. It was a nice, quiet place to park, says one. Had a lot of potential, just didn't have the funding, it looks like. Actually had an indoor cigar room. And all right, so, yeah, they did not last long, did they? What do you say? Meep, meep, Roadrunner.
Yeah. Yeah, beep, beep. Yeah, just in my reading last weekend, I come across that about the Truckers Paradise. Now, I never heard of it until I read about it, and it just got my curiosity because it's like, it just started, and it was I would say bankrupt, but verge of bankrupt, but just never ever got going. But it looked like I guess it had its grand opening maybe about June. And then I did a little search, and then I found where they had a Facebook page that was still active. And so I just paged back through there, and then I seen where you had talked to him, interviewed him in Louisville at Matt's. So I figured you knew a little bit of it because it just had my curiosity. It was just, I'm still, from the days where truck stops had personalities and weren't all these big chains. I remember first time I went to a Petro, and I thought, man, chicken fried steak they had there were great. And they even had a personality. They don't more, but the thing about the Truckers Paradise is, it really wasn't part of a chain. And all these big fleets, everybody's in a fuel programs, which goes through usually through a chain or some special card or something like that. They weren't part of it. And looking around at their pictures, and I even did the Google thing and walked up and down the little street with Mr. Little Google, and I could see that as a big strip mall.
Yep.
But the place kind of looked like a resort. But the only trouble with the resort is resorts charge a fee just to show up. And I could see that he had one heck of an overhead, and it's not, where Gainesville is, that's a major north-south route. That's not I don't know, let's say, it's not a route I'd go on. I mean, for where I live at, where I've trucked over the years, I never go up down through there much. It's just not a route that gets that kind of clientele that's going to hang out. Because that's a place we're going to hang out and spend some money. But they did it right, and it's just a darn shame that the darn thing did survive. And they had some kind of funky, some fancy chicken and some fried chicken there and stuff. Restaurants, different restaurants in there. I'm into fried chicken. I thought it was a darn shame I never even got to try the fried chicken. But that's why I thought I'd ask you. But go ahead.
The whole premise was it was supposed to have kind of a tropical paradise feel with the tiki huts and things of that nature, where you could sit around and relax outdoors. And I guess the inside aura was supposed to be similar to that. Yeah, they had big plans. I don't think there was enough interest where they could, the plans, like I said, to have a doctor's office, a dentist, a barber shop, and all those things all in one place. Restaurants, and then financial services and factoring services, everything a trucker would need. But I guess it was, he bit off a bit more than he could chew, right? There wasn't enough investor interest.
Yeah, that's something that... you're gonna lose for a while till you build up your clientele, because it really wasn't finished out, and it takes a while with word of mouth to get out there. So just basically ran out of money before they even got started.
Yeah,
and if it could have hung on there, but it takes money to make money nowadays, and that kind of thing is really hard to make money. Anytime you deal with truck stops and stuff like that. And especially if you're not a chain. But like I say, it's darn shame, because I would love to have a place like that. And then the tiki bar, little tiki kind of thing. I always like tiki bars. I remember having them in South Florida years ago. I know they got them now, but they go to them. Used to be some little truck stops outside of Miami that had tiki bars in them. I don't think there's even a truck stop around Miami. If there is, you wouldn't want to park in it because you get your truck stolen. But there was a place out there on, I don't remember the road, maybe 441 or something. There was a tiki bar in there, and I enjoy that. The only, the worst thing is, hanging around tiki bar, you got a bunch of truck drivers telling stories. And before I forget, I want to wish everybody happy Veterans Day, and thank you to all the veterans too. Hang on here a minute.
Multitasking.
Got my little thing giving me I got a thing talking to my ear giving me a traffic alert there, and it's distracting me. I think she finally shut up. But anyway, I got too much stuff plugged into my headset here. And I have to back up here and think what I wanted to say after the veterans thing. I wanted to make mention too. People come in Illinois on I-64. If you're on the east side of Illinois on I-64, man, there are dead deer everywhere on the side of the road. Everybody is running them babies over. I went across there twice this evening, and both times there's somebody sitting on the side of the road. The headlight smashed up front end of their truck. And there's hamburger and bologna all over the darn road out there. So I think them, I guess they're all rutting or whatever, and they're heeing and sheeing, and them big bucks, they ain't got nothing on their mind besides a she.
Yeah.
And I want to bring up something here too. I'm sure you heard about the deal with the BBC and what they had, the big deal there, controversies going with the BBC,
Right.
British broadcast.
Yeah, Trump says he's going to sue him for $1 billion or something.
Yeah, I didn't catch it all the way at first, and I heard it maybe it's earlier yesterday or something. But what they played what BBC did is they edited what Trump had to say on Jan 6, and they edited it. You know, I just want to call them dirty bastards. Can I say that? Yeah, I just said it.
Yes.
But anyway, the BBC, it's like our NPR in America, because the BBC is supported by the taxpayers, the citizens of Britain. But they've always been liberal, because I can remember some kind of email network years ago, and I put in there with something about the BBC, and turned out there was a reporter for the BBC was on there, and I said something about how liberty it was. And, well, that reporter just got really ticked off and wanted to know who I thought I was. And I said, I'm just a no-boy truck driver from southern Indiana. And he goes, where's southern Indiana? I said, that's in the United States. But anyway, they edited to make Trump say something totally different, and that's happened so much. A guy could like it. The crux of my big butt is people nowadays, they want to hate, and you could tell that somebody in the news just lied, or they edited something, or they changed the video, or they cut the video up, stuff like that. And it's kind of like, well, that's okay, because we didn't like that guy anyway, and that way we can, the means justifies the end. No, you can't build anything on a lie, and that just stuff like that just cracks my big butt. And it's the way it hope, just like the politicians in Washington, talking about their health, the budget and the health care, when Obamacare, you talked about that a lot, and them guys before me, they had some great information, and they were good at explaining themselves. But it's like me at the time, before I retired out of the Teamsters, in our local, and what we was out of, they had a great health care program until Obamacare come in and screwed it up. Yet the Teamsters are telling me to vote Democrat, and the dirty bastards then screw me. And I don't care what the Teamsters had to say about it, because I was the world's worst Teamster. I only did it because I had to belong to the Teamsters to work for the paving company I worked for when I moved equipment for years. And I have to say the benefits were good. My pay was good. But I was the world's worst Teamster, because they used to say I worked too hard. I was a bad Teamster because I worked too hard. Never understood this thing about working too hard. We just had stuff to do, and too many lazy people that wouldn't do it, so somebody had to do it. But we had great health care, and then when Obamacare come along, they screwed it up, and they had to go go off-site with an insurance company, and then we it was still decent, but it wasn't as good as it was before. The great thing is I didn't have to pay anything into my premiums or anything like that. But, the people sitting here, they're paying more money out, and they're saying, oh, yeah, Obamacare is great. What do you mean it's great? It's costing you more money. But if we go back to this thing again, people love lies, and because we hate Republicans, or we hate something, or we think the government should take care of us, so we're gonna act like Obamacare is the greatest thing in the world, when it's costing more money with less benefits. And boy, ain't nothing more crazy right now than the insurance.
Yep.
And it's like, in the healthcare system gripes my butt anyway, because years back I went to, I'm a big boy, and I snore. I've always snored. It runs in the family. And they decided when I went to get my medical that I needed to have a sleep study done. Well, I got a sleep study done, and I found out that people in the medical field will lie when it comes to them CPAPs and sleep studies. They will lie, and you can't trust people in the healthcare industry when it comes to the sleep apnea and stuff like that. They had me cornered down so bad, and then I come to find out after I got all the machine and all this stuff that I had minor sleep apnea, and it wasn't even required. So I managed to get that thing taken back off my medical, so I didn't have to, report back and forth every 6 months. I'd have to go in there and bring my darn card in there and tell them so a doctor could say, you're using your CPAP. And I don't use it all the time, but it helps my marriage. It keeps me from bringing bruise because I snore. And if I wear the silly CPAP, I use a CPAP machine and wear the mask, I don't snore. And but I can sleep real good when my wife ain't around because I can snore away and sleep real good.
Right.
But the stupid sleep doctor lied to me. First off, they just sit there and they go, "Oh yeah, you got to get a CPAP," and well, I'm going to have, and they said, "Well, we have to think of how am I going to work this? That you got to get a CPAP machine," and then I didn't know nothing about it. There is nothing about there's no wording about it. It's either on your medical that you need a CPAP or not. There's no need to write a letter. Then I went to the doctor the first time, and he explains to me that he has to report to since I'm from Indiana, he's got to report to Indiana every 6 months that I'm properly using my CPAP machine. Well, what the hell it turns out to be, he wants an appointment every 6 months so he can make some money off of me. And then, because I called them people in Indianapolis and I asked them, and they were pretty rude to me because they didn't want to know why I was asking them questions. I said, does my doctor have to report to you? Do I have to report to you that I'm using a CPAP machine? They go, only thing we look at is your, what do you call that stupid medical, all that, your medical card or whatever. If it says you need a CPAP, you need a CPAP. Mm-hmm. If the doctor passes you and says you're okay, we don't care. Your doctor does not communicate with us. So I called that lying sheet up, and I give him a piece of my mind, and he says, I want to get your CDL pulled. I said, well, good luck, sapsucker. But you know what? He was part of a major hospital, which, I've had a couple of operations there over the years, and it was good. But that lying stack of stink, I almost had a went. But, these people, they're so greedy when it comes to these CPAPs. And let me hang on here while I make a think. Why in the hell are we going 40 mile an hour in a construction zone that's 55 here? These stupid truck drivers nowadays, some of these guys need to be off the road.
Somebody's being extra cautious.
Extra what? Careful?
Just cautious. Extra cautious.
He ain't being cautious. He's driving stupid. There's a lot of that. I'll tell you one thing. Right. When I didn't hardly go on the road for years and get out here and amongst all the natives across America like I used to years ago, I didn't realize trucking changed so much. There was a truck on the shoulder a while ago, and there was an RTI truck, and I'm about 10 truck lengths behind him. Well, the RTI truck, he turns his left single light on, but he never did ever move out of that right lane. And that truck that was sitting on the shoulder with his four-ways on, with his headlights on bright, sitting on the shoulder, guy was outside of the truck, and I swear that RTI guy almost took the skin off that boy, and he never did change lanes, and I'm 10 truck lengths back, so there's no reason for him not to do it. But after I get past the RTI, or passing, he's got his headlights on bright. I tried to blink my lights to get him to dim them, but, the dumb idiot has his headlights on bright, and there's so many of these idiots driving trucks nowadays with the headlights on bright and ain't got no CB radio on. I don't know. It's just industry. What? Didn't you like how I jump from subject to subject?
You're good at that there, Roadrunner.
Well, it's like a lot of people talk to me and they say, we start talking to you, we just never know what road we're going to end up on before we get done. And it's not what road we end up on, it's how many different roads we go down. But I went from CPAP to bitching about truck drivers. But anyway, to go back to my CPAP real quick, I needed a new machine, and my family doctor said that he would just go ahead and write a prescription. Well, then the hospital, they won't just give me one with a prescription so I can get it covered under insurance. No, they want me to go do another sleep study, and they want to do this, that, and the other. Well, that costs a lot of money to do all them stupid things. So I found a place, and I just went and bought me a CPAP. And, they say, you got to have a prescription. Now, there's ways you can get a CPAP machine without a prescription. Well, a couple of weeks ago, the hospital, the girl, and she's a nice girl, she called, she goes, "Did you ever get your insurance and all straightened out?" She goes, "We've waited for you to come in here and get a CPAP machine." I go, "Nope, I just went out and bought one, and it's cheaper." And she goes, "Well, somebody's got to program it." And I go, I said, I may be just some big old fat white guy that's almost 67 years old that drove a truck all his life, but I could program a CPAP machine, and ain't that hard. But you get a decent one, you just set the high and low on it. It'll just change its pressures as you need it. I didn't need the aggravation, because the way they wanted to do it, it was going to end up being stuck, be put on my medical that I have needed a CPAP, and I don't need that damn aggravation.
Right.
There's enough aggravations in the world without dealing with that. Back to them greedy bastards again when it comes to CPAP. There are so many crooks in the medical industry, it just gripes my big butt.
Well, I'm glad you were able to get it off your chest. There you go, the Indiana Roadrunner. He can't jump from subject to subject, can he? But hey, good to hear from you. What do we have? About a minute before news break. Brother Rambler will be checking in coming up here. Looks like Pappy is on board. And again, we know Lauren Weiss, the two-time world champion bull hauler, not rolling at this point in time. He's down there working the rodeos, so he wouldn't be able to check in. I got to remember when he gets back on the road to ask him about the investigation into they're calling it, I guess, the meat monopoly. Yeah, they may uncover the collusion, the investigation into possible price fixing in the meatpacking industry could finally bring some long-awaited answers for the U.S. cattle producers struggling with high prices and limited supply. That, according to the former National Cattlemen's Beef Association president over the weekend. More on what he had to say. First, don't buy or lease another truck without first calling TEL. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call TEL at 866-404-6289.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
On this vote, the ayes are 60, the nays are 40. The bill as amended is passed.
The government shutdown drags on despite a Senate funding breakthrough.
The overwhelming majority of Senate Democrats, led by Leader Schumer, are opposing this bill in the Senate.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries says most Democrats oppose this bill, which passed the Senate tonight. House approval and President Trump's signatures are still waiting to take effect. Newly partially declassified documents suggest the FBI sat on intelligence that could have prevented the January 6th Capitol chaos. Representative Barry Loudermilk says FBI informants repeatedly warned about Antifa agitators, but the warnings were not shared with Capitol Police. Critics argue this negligence contributed to the violence and raise questions about whether elements inside the Bureau deliberately mishandled or withheld crucial information. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My Financial Fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Back at it. Rolling into a Veterans Day. And Brother Rambler.
Well, praise God and hello, God's children. Glad to be on the air with you. And hello, everyone from the Wiregrass. Man, we started the brand new route, and we're no longer chasing alligators in Louisiana. We're out here in peanut country. Coming to you from Houston County, Alabama. That is where Fort Rucker. And shout out to all the active duty military if you're listening to us on base tonight. And out there in Dothan and Ozark and Daleville and Enterprise and Elba, all that area, Coffee County, Houston County, Alabama, man, we're glad to be on the air with you. And you know what? Whether you're listening to us on the High Plains Desert of Ely, Nevada, or if you're down on the Gulf Coast in Houston, Texas, it is a pleasure for us to be talking to you tonight and keeping you up, active, and awake and going strong. And I tell you what, Indiana Road Runner, my father, Dirty Diapers, would have got along great, because that's one thing Dirty Diapers enjoy doing, that's running that mouth. They could have talked all night long. But we love you, Indiana Road Runner. Praise God. And, man, I tell you what, it's been a minute since I've called in. I was only worked 3 days last week, and so when I got back, I started this brand new route, and I had to kind of figure it out. And because, man, it's like 3.5 hours of windshield time to get to my first store. Then when I get here, everything just pretty much flows on off, and it's a 2.5 hour drive back to the D.C. So, hey, we've been out here. The voice is doing a lot better. Praise God for that. Still, trying to rest the vocals and everything, and not doing as much singing at church as we normally do. By the way, yes, I do pastor a church called Determined Ministries Church, Steve, and you can find us on Facebook. We go live every Sunday at 5 o'clock p.m., and we'd love for everyone to come and just join us one day. But you were talking about truck stops a while ago, and it's been 20-plus years since I've been over the road. I've ran local in Alabama now for over 20 years. But some of the places I like to go, some of them may be there, some of them may not be there. And I always like to find the hole in the wall, because that's where I knew I was going to get the best food at. And I always believe if you're going to be a man and a woman behind the wheel and you're going to work hard, you need to stop and get a good meal. And just some of the ones off the top of my head, and I don't know if they're still there. There was a Diamond Shamrock in Gerald, Texas. Now, Gerald, Texas got famous for that F5 tornado that tore it up back in, I think, 94 or 95. But I used to love to go to the Diamond Shamrock right there in Gerald, Texas. I always get a good ribeye steak there. Another good place I love to go to was exit 617 in Marshall, Texas, called the Maverick Restaurant. It had a truck parking that a whole lot of people did not know about it. I got told it's no longer there. He used to have these two old African-American gentlemen come in wearing cowboy hats, and they sit down every time. They go right to the jukebox, and I kid you, they would put $2 in, and they would play nonstop 7 Spanish Angels from Ray Charles and Willie Nelson.
Wow.
And that's just a memory that's always stuck with me. Well, they were true buddy, let me tell you, those men right there were true Texans, man. I mean, they drove, I think they both either were brothers or they were relatives, but they rode together in an old Ford pickup truck, and they were God-honest Texans. But, man, they had some of the best chicken fried steaks I ever had. And I had to agree with old Indiana Roadrunner. I used to love to go to the Petro. And my favorite Petro to go to was the one right there in either Joplin, Missouri, where they had the best cheesecake. But my ultimate favorite was Kingman, Arizona. I get that fried chicken, pour that gravy on it, man. Another good place I used to stop at is in Oregon, exit 93, Heaven on Earth truck stop. And not a whole lot of people didn't know about that. It was kind of a hole in the wall. I'd stop there. There was a place in Springfield, Colorado. I just picked and choose where I wanted to stop at. I tried to avoid the major chains and always stopped at the mom and pops. And as I understand, a lot of them are not there anymore. So it is what it is, man. It's kind of hard to find good foods, what I'm told, out there nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
Before I go any further, I don't want to just keep on changing subjects. Happy Veterans Day to all veterans and active duty military. Happy Veterans Day to all first responders. Let's get that out of the way. First responders also. They are our veterans also. They help keep our streets safe. Fires from burning down buildings, and keep us going to the hospital in the ambulances. So happy Veterans Day to our first responders, Merchant Marines, Coast Guard, Navy, Air Force, Space Force, and, of course, the Marines, Army. Happy Veterans Day to all of y'all. My stepdad was United States Coast Guard, Steve. 27 years he proudly served before he had a massive heart attack. And sad part was he finally made E7, which is a chief. And, man, he had a massive heart attack a month later and kind of ended all that. But it's been a while since I've talked to everybody. I want to thank everyone for your prayers on my voice and everything. We had a great service this past Sunday at the Tournament Ministries Church, and we did our own tribute to our veterans. We played we played, I guess you would call it, hymn for every branch of the military. We honored our veterans with that. So we just want to keep on honoring you and know that you're in our prayers. Praise God. And we love you. And we just thank you for everything you have done. And listen, I know a lot of you, this is the most depressing time of the year, veterans. Please, if you feel like you're worthless and you just feel like you just don't want to go on no more and you're thinking about ending it, reach out. Reach out. There's a suicide line you can call. I'm sure Steve can give the number later on. We have a church here at the Tournament Ministries Church. I'll gladly talk to you. Reach out to someone. We don't need to look. You have done a great service to our country by doing what you've done. And we honor you every day besides just Veterans Day. But if you're having some problems, reach out to somebody. And don't be scared, because we love you out there. And we want you to keep on, because you are a valuable part of our country. So please reach out. Other than that, Steve, how was Uncle Fred?
Well, interesting that you'd ask. He's gone from fighting to more or less suffering, if that makes any sense.
God bless him.
Yeah, when I saw him day before yesterday,
that makes sense.
He said, Brent, if it wasn't for the way Dad brought us up, I've got the bottle of pills here. I'd like to just, I'm not going to do it, but I've got the gun over there. I have nothing to look forward to. He can't get up, can't even get a cup of water. It's just, there's nothing left. But he said, I don't want to go to hell. Dad brought us up that if you take your own life, you don't go to heaven. What do you say to someone like that?
Well, in the Bible it says, "Thou shalt not kill." But there again, I did a funeral for someone that was on psychiatric drugs, and he committed suicide. So there again, he wasn't in his right mind. And the drugs they put this young man on, he was a strapping young man. Steve, this young man went from being a beanpole to gaining 300 pounds. And Steve, he grew boobs because of I kid you not, I'm not being funny. They caused him to grow boobs instead of helping him. It made him worse.
Wow.
To the point where the voices got worse. He was schizophrenic. So was someone in their right mind? That's a big argument amongst a lot of preachers. Another argument is the death penalty. Some people say an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, but there again, thou shalt not kill. I won't tell you, I've known several people that have battled cancer. I just did a funeral for someone October the 19th of a brave warrior named Susan Blackwell. She fought it for 36 months and she was in pain. The way I see it, and I pray that if I have to go out this way, and if I could talk to Fred, I would tell Fred what I'm telling you right now, Steve. And I'm telling this to anybody who's listening at the tone and sound of my voice. The amount of suffering Jesus Christ suffered for us. The Bible says that according to the Hebrew punishment is 40 lashes minus 1. Well, Jesus didn't get punished by the Hebrews. He got punished by the Romans. So they beat him unmercifully with the cat of nine tails, which ripped the flesh, put a crown of thorns in his head. I mean, ripped the beard from his face. He was unrecognizable, beaten to a pulp. And I think about my Lord and Savior suffering. And I think about that and how bad Jesus suffered. And then I look at myself. My suffering is nothing compared to the suffering my Savior did for me. And I know that when it's all over, said and done, when my eyes close in this world, everything that I had to go through, it'll all be well worth it to see the very one that hung on the cross for me. Scars in both. Them scars are still there as a permanent reminder of what Jesus did for us, and both hands and feet, and welcoming me into the kingdom of God. If I could talk to Fred right now, I'd say, look, I know you're in pain. And we're going to pray over you, because this past Sunday at the Turban Ministry Church, we preached about healing. And it goes beyond just laying of hands. The anointing comes from the Holy Spirit to be able to say the right words and say the right things and let God work through you, because that's who people have to see. They have to see Jesus through you, through the living embodiment of the Holy Spirit. I would tell Fred, I say, Fred, I know you're suffering. I know the pills ain't doing nothing for you. But I want you to think about what Jesus suffered for you. And when it's over, the joy you're going to see, you're not going to be in this body racked with pain no more. The Bible tells me, Steve, that absent from the body to be present with God. And when Uncle Fred departs this world, that's who he's going to be present with. Praise God for that. So don't go take your life, because your life, even though you're racked with pain and you may be in some financial debt or whatever, your life is worth it. You're worth it. To stick around a little more while and reach out to someone. Man, you know, by God, Steve, I sit up in this driver's seat. I love people. I do. I love God's children. And hopefully with my voice getting better, I'll be able to talk to a lot more. I know probably Brain Dead thinks I hate him, and Gilligan thinks I hate him, and I hate no one. I'm just trying to rest my voice because I want to be there for everybody. But do me a favor, tell Fred that I love him. He don't know me from Adam, couldn't pick me out of the lineup. But I love him, and Steve, I'm praying for that man. I really am. And I'm going to start praying for the Lord to ease his pain and get him out of pain. So praise God for that. Other than that, Steve, I really don't have nothing else to say. Thank you for always being here. Before I go, I haven't talked about this in a while, but Steve, what month is it?
November.
That's right. We're starting the Christmas season. Now, here in a couple of weeks, you know, we're going to be eating a bunch of turkey. That tryptophan is going to knock us all on our butt. A bunch of cornbread or bread crumb dressing. I prefer cornbread. You're going to be eating deviled eggs and the green bean casserole, mashed potatoes, and the yuck on cranberries. You're going to be eating a lot of food, and guess what? When you're done eating, you're going to go right to that recliner, or you're going to go right to your couch, and you're going to sit around, and guess what's going to build up in you? Gas. You're going to sit around full of gas. Well, Steve, that's what our lawnmowers, and that's what our snow blowers, that's what our ski mobiles, they sit around all year long full of gas. Now, how do we treat gas? Some people go and they take Pepto-Bismol. Some people take the Alka-Seltzer. Well, I want to tell you, Gold Eagle Products makes a gas treatment called Stabil, and you need to treat your gasoline, because your gas is just sitting there, and it is just getting stale. Gas gets bad. Treat it with Stabil. Go to O'Reilly Auto Parts, Walmart, or your major retailer. They sell it. Buy you some Stabil. I believe if you go to overnightdriveradio.com, where you can find your Steve Summers swag, like your T-shirts, your hats, and your 50-cent stickers. I believe by the way, you can find Hot Shot there, but you can find you some Stay Build to treat your gas in your equipment. And by the way, go to your drugstore to treat the gas you're going to build up for meat and Thanksgiving dinner. We love you, God's children, and love is more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do, and something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rambler can love you, and I do, and we love you tonight from Ozark, Alabama. God bless. We'll talk to you later. Bye, Steve.
All right, there you go.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
I do believe I mentioned earlier, everybody talking about artificial intelligence going to be taking our jobs. It's from the Morning Brief. Shorty sends this my way on a pretty regular basis. He said, you've probably seen those robots taking our jobs headlines. They're everywhere, right? With ChatGPT and other artificial intelligence tools getting bigger, a lot of people asking, what's going to happen to my job? I says, we'd be lying if we said we haven't thought about it sometimes as well. Today, we're digging into how artificial intelligence is actually impacting the labor market. What's changed? What should we be looking out for? Question number one, is AI taking over? Well, it says tasks, not entire jobs. Here's the thing. AI is automating tasks, not wiping out whole careers, at least not yet. Companies are using it to help write emails, crunch data, answer customer service requests, and write code. But the Federal Reserve Bank of New York found that even as AI use climbs, we're not seeing mass layoffs. There was a study done by Yale that backed this up. Not a lot of evidence of broad job losses since ChatGPT, Gemini, and other LLMs launched. That doesn't mean nothing's happening, though. Jobs are changing. If your work is a lot of copy and paste, you might feel like artificial intelligence is breathing down your neck. The more repetitive your tasks, the more AI might be able to replace some of what you do. The Bureau of Labor Statistics says AI will hit the hardest in jobs where generative tools can handle core tasks. Now, what does that mean? Generative tools. It refers to artificial intelligence tools that create something, whether that be writing an email, making a picture, but plenty of roles in tech, finance, and engineering are still projected to grow, some even faster than average. Some companies may even be able to grow without adding to their human headcount because of AI. AI changes how you do the work, not whether the job actually exists. MIT found something interesting. When AI automates most of what you do, job numbers can drop around 14%. But when AI handles some tasks and humans focus on what machines can't do, creativity, judgment, relationships, employment can actually grow. Looking forward, banks believe the Fed's going to cut rates again in December, and they've begun to price an additional cut into their plans. So winners and losers, entry-level workers are getting squeezed, customer service representatives, clerks, junior coders, they're all exposed. Stanford found that for those in the 22 to 25-year-old category, AI-heavy fields dropped about 13% recently. Meanwhile, roles requiring artificial intelligence skills, advanced degrees, or specialized knowledge, they're actually expanding and at better pay. One study found AI-related jobs are twice as likely to offer parental leave, 3 times more likely to offer remote work. Yeah, there's a bit more to the picture, but, what does it mean for you? AI isn't stealing jobs wholesale, but it is reshaping them. Work that took hours now takes minutes. Human work is shifting toward what machines can't handle. All right, so the question isn't, will AI take my job? It should be, how do I work with AI rather than against it? The future isn't human versus machine. It is human plus machine. Okay, I'll take their word for it.
Wheel of your future with Transport Enterprise Leasing. You could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits. And EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
On this vote, the ayes are 60, the nays are 40. The bill as amended is passed.
A Senate deal to reopen the government without extending health care subsidies has sparked outrage among Democrats. Progressive lawmakers and advocacy groups are calling for Chuck Schumer to resign, arguing party leaders failed to unite against the agreement.
He thought he could break the Republicans, and the Republicans broke him.
Meanwhile, some Democrats see the deal as a chance to pursue Obamacare tax credits later, highlighting deep divisions within the party. The agreement passed the Senate tonight, and now it's on to the House and President. EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin criticized Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, saying he let the far left push him into supporting the government shutdown, raising expectations he could not meet. Zeldin argued Democrats need to rein in their activist base, warning the rise of figures like New York City Mayor Zoran Mandani signals economic and public safety challenges ahead. Investigators continue probing the Louisville UPS cargo jet that killed 14. The MD-11 airplane caught fire, lost an engine, and crashed shortly after takeoff Tuesday, destroying nearby businesses.
I got a UPS plane that possibly landed on a building.
There's smoke in the area all around that appear that it's going to be related.
Also, radio, be advised, there's been a large explosion off Fern Valley Road by the airport.
The FAA has ordered inspections of all MD-11 cargo aircraft. Pope Leo met for nearly 3 hours with 15 Belgian survivors of church sex abuse in a meeting the Vatican called profound and painful. The Pope urges the church to foster a culture that rejects all forms of abuse. Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 381 points. The S&P 500 rose 103 points. And the NASDAQ climbed 522 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
California Governor Gavin Newsom is speaking about climate change at the Milken Institute Symposium in Brazil. Newsom says California has been leading the way in climate initiatives since Ronald Reagan was governor back in the 60s.
That has impacted climate policy disproportionately in the United States of America. It's been part of our legacy, a bipartisan legacy.
Newsom says California's leaders, regardless of political party, have been in support of clean air and improving the climate. A new study suggests coffee may help protect against an irregular heartbeat.
More than 10 million Americans live with a heart disorder known as AFib that could lead to heart failure and blood clots. The research results of a 4-year clinical trial presented at the American Heart Association conference showed drinking just 1 cup of coffee per day appeared to have a protective effect on AFib recurrence. For a long time, doctors have tried to understand the impact coffee has on AFib. I'm Monica Nelson.
There's been a dramatic surge in colorectal cancer in young people, not just in the U.S., but globally.
Health experts say what we drink and eat is contributing to the trend. That includes consuming red meat, processed meat, alcohol, sweetened beverages, and ultra-processed foods. The CDC says there's been a 185% increase in colorectal cancer among adults ages 20 to 24 and a 333% increase in teens ages 15 to 19 in recent years. Colorectal cancer is the second leading cause of cancer deaths worldwide, with just under 2 million new cases in 2022. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At the NTPA, we continue spotlighting our 2025 Grand National Champions. This week, one of the largest classes, the Newfields Ag Superstock Diesel Tractors. The machines that turn the smoke from the pipe from white to a tight jet black stream. This is the NTPA Overnight Report. From NTPA HQ in Marion, Ohio, I'm Greg Hunter. Just like the other Grand National classes, the Newfields Ag Superstock Diesel Tractors had rain affect the 16-pole schedule. Both nights in Port Recovery were rained out, but that did not stop Colin Ross and Triple Bypass from getting a title. With a season of 20 hooks for Triple Bypass, having an average finish of second is beyond impressive. The season started in Hutchinson with 2 hooks for Colin, where he was 8th and 6th, not where you'd expect a future champ to start. Then came Tomah, and that's where Triple Bypass started the march to the title. Hook 1 was a first for Colin, with Hook 2 and 3 each getting second. By the time Triple Bypass loaded to leave Tomah, Colin was in 4th in the Grand National points race. The 2 hooks in Chapel Hill were both on the podium, with a second and a first, and that first propelled Colin into the top of the points battle. After a rainout in Port Recovery, the Triple Bypass went to Rockwell, and it was pure domination for Colin. First, and then a stop in Napoleon, Ohio with another first. Moving to Poletown in mid-August, Colin took second twice, and during the final hook in Poletown, he struggled a bit, only earning 6th place points. Then the hauler headed west to Sandwich, Illinois, and Colin got back to his winning ways, picking up 2 wins. And this pretty much propelled Colin to the title, with a 4th and a first at Enderley to wrap up the season. Colin did have to work for the title, with Kent Payne keeping his Super Rooster closely in second for the 2025 season. Just to show how consistent Triple Bypass was in 2025, of the 20 hooks, Colin won 10 and finished in the top 5 17 of the 20 hooks. And he never finished lower than 10th in a field of 18 that ran for the title. Rounding out the top 10, coming in 3rd was Kyle Holland aboard Black Tornado Revived. 4th went to Travis Schlabach and Bone Twister. The Remedy and Mike Schultz and Doug Messinger took 5th. Taking 6th, Roger Peterson and Just Another One. In 7th was Steve Burge and Lock and Load. 8th went to Joe and Zach Deeganhart. In 9th, Brandon Hunt with Livin' a Dream. And rounding out the top 10 was Brad Campbell with Maybe. Keep up to date with the NTPA at ntpapoll.com. And you can watch NTPA Championship polling every Wednesday on RFD TV at 8:30 Eastern. It's never too late or too early to get geared up for 2026. You can shop online now at shopntpa.com. Shirts, hats, hoodies, and other collectibles are there now. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
All right. Thank you very much, Greg. As we roll into that final hour. Here on a Tuesday, Veterans Day. Thank you to all the veterans out there. So it was kind of a surprise announcement when the president kind of floated the possibility of what he called a $2,000 dividend funded by the revenue from the tariff program. President Trump describes this as America's money returned to the American people. Not borrowed, not printed, not taxed, which marks a rather novel attempt to link trade policy directly to direct payments to households. Now, how would it work? On our Monday morning program, I was talking to Grump about that, and I was suggesting dollars and cents wise, we know from some of the stimulus payments during the COVID that there were trillions of dollars. And we're not bringing in trillions yet when it comes to tariffs. According to the Peterson Institute for International Economics, tariffs collected by the federal government since January of this year was at roughly $122 billion by mid-year, could be $300 billion by the end of the year if the trends continue. Some projections suggest the revenue could reach hundreds of billions annually over the next decade. Now, that sounds like a lot of money. Despite the large dollar amounts, economists caution that tariffs are a small fraction of total federal revenue. As of mid-year this year, tariffs accounted for about 2.7% of federal receipts. Now, here's how the dollars and cents work out. If every adult were to receive $2,000, the cost would quickly escalate into the hundreds of billions, or possibly even trillions. If there's roughly 250 million adult citizens eligible, a $2,000 payment implies $500 billion in total. If a family of 4, 2 adults, 2 children were included, and each child received $2,000, the cost per family would be $8,000. The total cost would likely exceed $1 trillion with 125 million households, as they say. So, given the current revenues in the $1 to $300 billion range for a year, the numbers do not, under the current estimates, align with full coverage of a universal $2,000 per person payout. There's going to be some criteria. There's going to be a narrower eligibility, a.k.a. excluding high-income earners, excluding children, or possibly maybe even limiting a single adult per household, or maybe a multi-year rollout rather than all in one lump sum. President didn't provide full details on how this is going to be paid. Some of the media reports say there's a couple of possibilities. One-time lump sum payment of around $1,000 to $2,000 per person, potentially as soon as the tariff revenues accumulate sufficiently, or maybe a phased rollout over time, partial payments tied to revenue triggers. When the tariff revenue exceeds a threshold rather than a single large payment. Industry commentary highlights that delivering such a payment would require congressional approval or maybe new legislation. There is no formal federal program or IRS mechanism that has yet been authorized. Among those very vocal in response are retirees, particularly those on Social Security, who say that a one-time boost would be welcome to them. Many argue that their benefits have not kept pace with rising cost of living. They'd like to see a dividend from tariff revenue simply shared with maybe older Americans, while the dividend plan is framed broadly. Retirees note that any such payment would, in their view, be a recognition of their economic vulnerability and contribution to the economy. So, in short, the Trump administration's concept of a $2,000 tariff-funded dividend represents a bold link of trade policy and direct consumer relief. Whether the plan gets beyond the conceptual stage is yet to be seen, but the scale of the payments, the eligibility criteria, the long-term sustainability are all going to be key questions as the idea develops. So, some trying to break it down. At what threshold do you say you make too much? Is it households with 150,000? Those are all things that have to be broke down, if you know what I mean. So, all right, Pappy, what's going on?
Sorry, Steve, I had to jump off for a second, step into the office and send a night watch report out. Hey, Brother Rambler can love you, and he does. Pappy can love you, and I do. I think Brother Rambler might be in order for the big cookie tonight, Steve. What do you think?
Sounds good to me.
Man, I was hoping he was going to say the first commandment is thou shalt not murder instead of thou shalt not kill. But, man, I really took to heart what he said there about, if you're in bad shape, you're in pain, and this, that, and the other. It ain't nothing what our Savior went through. Man, that was...
Yeah.
I usually try to tune in to Brother Rambler on Sundays. I wasn't able to yesterday, but Steve, what the heck is wrong with me? This sailor last night forgot to wish all these jarheads out there happy birthday.
the Marines, yes.
What is the matter with me? The meanest, baddest fighting machine on the planet, the United States Marines Corps. Hoorah. With that said, happy Veterans Day to all the brothers out there. Since Rambler was talking about gas, Steve, you can't make this up, Steve. You know how we've been talking about over in the Netherlands and over in Europe, they've been talking about wanting to put the cows down, take away our beef from us because of all the flatulence they put out into the atmosphere. But you know what the UK is doing now, Steve?
No, what?
Are you ready for this? Your pets, yes, your pets, your cats and dogs and gerbils must go. Putting out too much methane in the atmosphere. Oh, Steve, what the hell now? We got ICE agents. I turn the TV on right before I get ready to go to work, eat my little bowl of cereal, and I hear ICE agents are being fired upon. So they're stepping it up, Steve, instead of just ramming them, throwing rocks. I mean, they've been shot at before, but it sounds like there's another... I forget the name of the daggone gang. It's not MS-13.
The Latin Kings. Latin Kings.
That's it.
Yep.
Yes, sir. They put out the word to fire upon any ICE agents.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't messing around, Steve. Ain't messing around. So we should not be messing around neither. That's all I got to say. I think that's about it, Steve. I just wanted to get in here and wish everybody a happy Veterans Day. Can't think of anything else offhand, so I'll get my butt off here and let somebody else get in here and chime in. So I appreciate you taking the call. Everybody, stay safe. Watch your six. Appreciate it, Steve. Thanks a bunch.
Won't be long, and it'll be quitting time, right? I think he's about 10 minutes away. Something like that. The UK, I had not heard that. I don't know. I've been talking about it for years over there. Yeah, while the UK has separate efforts to reduce methane from livestock. Yeah, I've heard about that. The methane emissions from household pets are a growing concern. Really? Primarily linked to production of pet food, which contributes significantly to greenhouse gas emissions. The high carbon footprint of pet food is due to the energy and land required for meat and crop production that includes livestock production, animal feed, and processing. Yeah, don't you people have better things to do? Somebody's got too much time on their hand. Gonna outlaw your cats and your dogs? Okay, last I checked, human beings also produce gas. Hello? I guess we should outlaw human life to save the planet?
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Yeah, I actually had that story before me. As Pappy just mentioned there in Chicago, Customs and Border Protection officials said Latin Kings street gang leaders have issued a, quote, shoot-on-sight order targeting agents involved in immigration operations in Chicago. According to News Nation, officers and agents are reminded to maintain heightened situational awareness and exercise extreme caution when conducting enforcement activities, according to the agency's internal warning. News of that comes after shots were reportedly fired at federal agents during an immigration enforcement operation in the city's Little Village neighborhood on Saturday. Department of Homeland Security says a group of people also threw a paint can and bricks at a Border Patrol vehicle. Homeland Security spokesperson would not comment on the reported Latin gang's threat, but said, quote, Our law enforcement is now facing an 8,000% increase in death threats against them while they risk their lives every day to remove the worst of the worst. Nearly every day we have seen violence, assaults, smears against our officers in Chicago, including yesterday when agents' vehicles were rammed multiple times and shots fired at them. Tensions remain high 2 months into Operation Midway Blitz. Residents who oppose the administration's crackdown have protested and even followed and confronted heavily armed agents at some points. Judge Sarah Ellis recently issued an extensive injunction restricting agents' use of force after saying a top Border Patrol official repeatedly lied about threats posed by protesters. I guess, when we see these things unfold on live television, it's a figment of our imagination. There is no threat. You didn't see that. Hey, blind man, I guess you might not have seen it, but we did.
See what?
Anything, blind man. How are you?
Oh, I'm hanging in there. It's cold today.
Yes.
Right now it's about 34 degrees, and it's supposed to get up to 44. My father was in the Coast Guard, and I was thinking of him today. And I'd like to tell you one of his favorite assignments. This was 1964. He's called into the office, and his boss says, "Captain, we got a problem." My father says, "Yes, sir." There is this old guy. This is 1964.
Mm-hmm.
There is this old guy who's writing his congressman almost on a daily basis, demanding what the Coast Guard is doing to find the minnow. So, make a long story short, my father's told, "I don't care how you do it, convince this old guy that the Coast Guard is looking for Gilligan and the rest of the castaways. Get this guy off of congressman." So, for the next 3 or 4 months, my father had fun with this guy. Finally was convinced that the Coast Guard was looking. Make a long story short, I guess Coast Guard got after Hollywood and said, "You got to rescue these people right here and now, or we're going to spend the rest of our lives looking for something that doesn't exist." And this old guy just didn't know the difference between reality and a TV show.
Yeah, he thought it was real.
That was one of my father's favorite assignments.
That's great. So he thought the castaways were truly stranded there. Who did he think was filming?
Yeah.
Who was filming them every day so you could watch the show?
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
This guy just didn't know the difference between reality and a TV show. So, anyway, that was one of my father's favorite assignments. For Thanksgiving, I don't know where I'm going to spend it, but I'd like to pass along a recipe for a dessert that my mother used to make, and I know how to make it. It's very easy. I call it cream cheese and Jell-O. So you get a blender, and you make Jell-O the way you normally make it.
Right.
Any flavor will do. I prefer lime. And then you add a package of Philadelphia cream cheese and blend it really well. Make sure it's thoroughly blend.
Yeah.
And then you pour it in a mold. It'll harden overnight. And boy, does it taste good. You can add little bits of lettuce or pineapple or whatever you want, but I like it plain.
Sounds like that might be good with a little whipped cream on top there, blind man. That might be worth a little try this Thanksgiving. All right, blind man, thank you. Good to hear from you. Thanks for sharing that story about it. He thought they were really stranded on a deserted island. Hey, lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit Tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
On this vote, the ayes are 60, the nays are 40. The bill as amended is passed.
A Senate deal to reopen the government without extending health care subsidies has sparked outrage among Democrats. Progressive lawmakers and advocacy groups are calling for Chuck Schumer to resign, arguing party leaders failed to unite against the agreement. Meanwhile, some Democrats see the deal as a chance to pursue Obamacare tax credits later, highlighting deep divisions within the party. The agreement passed the Senate tonight, and now it's on to the House and President. EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin criticized Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, saying he let the far left push him into supporting the government shutdown, raising expectations he could not meet. Zeldin argued Democrats need to rein in their activist base, warning the rise of figures like New York City Mayor Zoran Mandani signals economic and public safety challenges ahead. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
but instead you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
So after hearing the oral arguments last week, we sat back and await the Supreme Court's decision. Is the president allowed to be using tariffs as he has been to try to change global trade policies? And they tell us this past day, as the Supreme Court weighs the challenge to stop and perhaps even reverse the president's tariff revenues, President Trump's explaining to the American people how the cash windfall can help enrich the taxpayers and actually pay down national debt. All money left over from the $2,000 payments that will go to low and middle income citizens from the massive tariff income pouring into the country from foreign countries, which will be substantial, he says, will be used to substantially pay down national debt. That was his word yesterday via Truth Social. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now, the premise, as we just explained a few minutes ago, $2,000 tariff income checks is not unlike the vow to return the Doge government spending, which never came, of course, albeit because most of the spending savings were stopped by unwinding the Doge maneuvers through litigation. But the president hailed the use of tariffs to rebalance global trade, provide us national security. Despite the efforts to unwind them, the Supreme Court heard the case to keep the power of tariffs with the president last week. So let's get this straight. The president of the United States is allowed and fully approved by Congress to stop all trade with a foreign country, which is far more onerous than a tariff, and license a foreign country, but is not allowed to put a simple tariff on a foreign country, even for purposes of national security. That was the president's post on Sunday morning. This is not what our great founders had in mind. The whole thing is ridiculous. Other countries can tariff us, but we can't tariff them. It's their dream. Businesses are right now pouring into the U.S. only because of tariffs. Has the United States Supreme Court not been told this? What the hell's going on? Of course, the argument was presented to the Supreme Court by the U.S. Solicitor General John Sauer in a hearing last week. The arguments focused on whether a 1977 law called the International Emergency Powers Act, economic powers that is, gives the president power to impose tariffs. Every lower court to consider that question has ruled against the president, but they let the tariffs remain in place while the litigation made its way to the Supreme Court now. The president went on to say people that are against tariffs are fools. We're now the richest, most respected country in the world. A record stock market price, 401ks are higher than ever. We're taking in trillions of dollars and will soon be paying down our enormous debt. Record investment in the USA, plants and factories going up all over the place. I guess he's saying who in their right mind would want to reverse that? Reports said it would take the Supreme Court probably several weeks, could be as much as several months. before they come back with the ruling on that. I'm sure they've got that on the expedited track, trying to get it done as soon as possible. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Getting back to the rest of the story in Illinois, the plan to hammer the truckers in that state. Passenger vehicle tolls, would be increased by 45 cents. Passenger vehicle tolls are set to increase on June 1 of 2026. The state estimates that the higher truck and motorist rates would generate about $100 million in additional revenue every year. Higher tolls, they say, are described as necessary to help finance a new Illinois Tollway Capital Program. Projects that would benefit include interchanges, express lane conversions, and bridge work. A price tag of about $2.5 billion through the year 2030. State sales tax on fuel purchased for trucking operations and others will also be shifted from roads to transit. That change estimated to raise $860 million annually for statewide transit operations, another $200 million coming from interest earned on the state road fund. The sales tax in the Chicago area will also go up by about 0.25%. This proposal redirects road funding away from downstate Illinois communities and channels it towards Cook County in Chicago, according to Senator Donald DeWitt of St. Charles. As I feared throughout the negotiation process, the final bill became a bailout for Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson and his failed transit system. The Illinois Trucking Association says they plan to fight the changes in this Senate Bill 2111 during the upcoming regular session. The state trucking groups welcomed the removal of a proposed vehicle mileage tax that was a part of the bill. They had lobbied throughout the year against that. Now, the transit overhaul, included in the bill is an overhaul how transit agencies are governed. The existing Regional Transportation Authority to be replaced by a Northern Illinois Transit Authority, a new group to oversee statewide transit systems, promoted to strengthen regional planning functions. Governor Pritzker, of course, praised the bill's passage. He said Senate Bill 2111 is a step toward building a world-class transportation system. Okay, he's expected to sign that bill very soon, but obviously, yes, the trucking industry being hit to raise truck tolls by 30%. That's a pretty significant hit, right? All right, meanwhile, what about the Big Four, the meat packers? Are they manipulating things, causing us to pay exorbitant prices for our beef products? President Trump, according to the former National Cattlemen's Beef Association president, Marty Smith, said he's been a great supporter of the cattle industry. But we are seeing record-high beef prices, largely due to supply and demand. Beef supply is down, while demand is staying extremely strong. He said the current shortage in beef production is the result of several years of tough conditions for the ranchers. Like pretty much everything, the cattle supply is cyclical. But the last 3 or 4 years, we've had drought throughout the country that's led ranchers to not be able to produce as many cattle. Corn and soybean production have been down. Now, the president this week announced that he's asked the Department of Justice to investigate the major meatpacking companies for possible illicit collusion, price fixing, price manipulation. He's vowed to protect the American ranchers. amid mounting concerns over corporate control and all this foreign ownership in the beef industry. See, Smith said the issue of price disparities between cattle and beef has been a long-standing concern. Back in 2020, in the early days of COVID, we saw a big disparity between the price of cattle and the price of beef. The price of cattle dropped immensely, while beef in the store continued to rise. At that time, Smith said he wrote the White House requesting an investigation, and Trump's administration responded immediately. Within 24 hours, the White House was already on top of it. However, when the administration changed, we never heard anything more from the Department of Justice. Yeah, we have no idea what the outcome is. He noted that most cattle producers, like he himself, have very little leverage in setting the prices. Cattle producers, and really anybody in production agriculture, we are price takers. We don't control the price that we get. All our stuff is very time constrained. We have to take prices as they're offered. Now ask whether the foreign meat packers are inflating the prices. He said that's a situation that is not clear. We have 4 major packers controlling about 80% of the beef packing industry in this country. 2 of those do have foreign ownership from Brazil. Existing laws and regulations are designed to protect both consumers and domestic producers, he says. Now, they can carry out what the laws are that are already on the books. If there is something there and they find something, obviously they'll have to do something about it. But I don't know. It's some of the same accusations over the years. How many times have we heard of investigations into the energy industry with the big producers, your Chevrons, your Shells, controlling or manipulating prices to keep our gas prices high. Time and time again, they never really found anything that was uncovered any sort of manipulation or collusion, rather. All right, with that, we'll pause. It's 844-844-3388. First, a shout-out to Truck and Fill this Veterans Day, who says, Happy Veterans Day Tuesday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill, and the great Knucklebuster. Shout out to all the veterans out there. We're all the way down to 24 this morning. High of only 37 degrees for Fort Wayne. A chance to work today and run Terre Haute, Indiana, where we start at 23 with a high 44. Have a great Veterans Day, and Semper Fi, as always, from Truck and Fill.
At the NTPA, we continue spotlighting our 2025 Grand National Champions. This week, one of the largest classes, the Newfields Ag Superstock Diesel Tractors. The machines that turn the smoke from the pipe from white to a tight jet black stream. This is the NTPA Overnight Report from NTPA HQ in Marion, Ohio. I'm Greg Hunter. Just like the other Grand National classes, the Newfields Ag Superstock Diesel Tractors had rain affect the 16-pole schedule. Both nights in Port Recovery were rained out, but that did not stop Colin Ross and Triple Bypass from getting a title. With a season of 20 hooks for Triple Bypass, having an average finish of second is beyond impressive. The season started in Hutchinson with 2 hooks for Colin, where he was 8th and 6th, not where you'd expect a future champ to start. Then came Tomah, and that's where Triple Bypass started the march to the title. Hook 1 was a first for Colin, with hook 2 and 3 each getting second. By the time Triple Bypass loaded to leave Tomah, Colin was in 4th in the Grand National points race. The 2 hooks in Chapel Hill were both on the podium, with a second and a first, and that first propelled Colin into the top of the points battle. After a rainout in Port Recovery, the Triple Bypass went to Rockwell, and it was pure domination for Colin. First, and then a stop in Napoleon, Ohio with another first. Moving to Pole Town in mid-August, Colin took second twice, and during the final hook in Pole Town, he struggled a bit, only earning 6th place points. Then the hauler headed west to Sandwich, Illinois, and Colin got back to his winning ways, picking up 2 wins. And this pretty much propelled Colin to the title, with a 4th and a 1st at Enderley to wrap up the season. Colin did have to work for the title, with Kent Payne keeping his Super Rooster closely in second for the 2025 season. Just to show how consistent Triple Bypass was in 2025, of the 20 hooks, Colin won 10 and finished in the top 5 17 of the 20 hooks. And he never finished lower than 10th in a field of 18 that ran for the title. Rounding out the top 10, coming in 3rd was Kyle Holland aboard Black Tornado Revived. 4th went to Travis Schlabach and Bone Twister. The Remedy and Mike Schultz and Doug Messinger took 5th. Taking 6th, Roger Peterson and Just Another One. In 7th was Steve Burge and Lock and Load. 8th went to Joe and Zach Degenhart. In 9th, Brandon Hunt with Livin' a Dream. And rounding out the top 10 was Brad Campbell with Maybe. Keep up to date with the NTPA at ntpapoll.com. And you can watch NTPA Championship polling every Wednesday on RFD TV at 8:30 Eastern. It's never too late or too early to get geared up for 2026. You can shop online now at shopntpa.com. Shirts, hats, hoodies, and other collectibles are there now. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Interestingly enough, earlier this morning, Eagle mentioned don't seem to be seeing nearly as many of these deadly crashes involving the likes of Amazon trucks. I don't know, maybe spoke too soon. That's never happened before, has it? Eskimo Mom shares with me a little bit earlier this morning. Additional details have been released about the deadly I-75 crash near Dayton, Ohio here a few days ago. Northbound I-75 just north of 2nd Street that involved a work truck, 2 semis, and a work van. The driver of the work van, a 34-year-old, died from his injuries in that crash. But according to police, an Amazon semi traveling north on 75 got too close to Brendel's car. Kevin Brendel, the individual that was killed, which was slowed for traffic. The Amazon truck rear-ended him. According to the crash report, that pushed Brendel into the work truck that was stopped for traffic. Brendel's car was also pushed into another semi. His car then continued to be pushed by the Amazon semi into the concrete median. Now, it is not known if the brake lights were working on Brendel's vehicle, according to the crash report, but the report lists the Amazon semi as the at-fault driver. Now, obviously, that fatality crash had shut down 75 northbound for hours on that day. News Center 7 says we've reached out to Dayton Police to see if the at-fault driver, has they been cited? Are they facing any charges? We'll continue to follow this story. And as far as the identity, the question everyone this day and age has, what was the status of this driver? Was it a non-domiciled CDL? Was there any sort of English proficiency lack involved in this incident? Guess we'll have to wait and find out on that. Meanwhile, did you catch the news about the president offering pardons to numerous individuals? All this supposedly supposedly involved with the election of 2020. President Trump pardoning his former personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, former Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, and others. Ed Martin is the government's pardon attorney, posting via X a signed proclamation of the full, complete, unconditional pardon, which also names the conservative attorneys, Sidney Powell, John Eastman. The document includes, they say, but is not limited to 77 people in total. It did specify the pardon does not apply to Trump. This is all about all these individuals that were facing various charges of election interference in the 2020 election, as you recall. The president says that this will end a grave national injustice and continue the process of national reconciliation. The interesting thing here is presidential pardons, of course, as we've learned, apply to federal crimes. And apparently none of these were actually charged in any federal cases. These were all like state cases where you had the Georgia and all state cases, so they don't apply. But all right, we have to close it out there here on a Tuesday. Thank you so much to the veterans out there. Enjoy your day. Get yourself a free breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Come back and join us at the midnight hour tonight for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I